Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi. Get myself set up here. Hi, good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Happy to have you along. Say hi to Rob Anthony.
What's up, man?
He's right there.
Hi.
Kat is back in Studio G.
Hey, everyone.
Hi. Hi, Kat. And we're back. We had a few days off. Back live today. Tuesday. I have to keep reminding myself it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. I saw somebody post, if you had President's Day off, your job is fake. Finally, somebody realizes this, all right? Finally. You know, because I used to do the show on like all these federal company holidays until I realized nobody cares. No one cares. Who am I trying to impress? So now we give us that calendar of company holidays, right? Take them all off. I don't care. And then I come back, and what do I? Everybody blow me up because they changed the name of the Romo Fijo. So R.I.P. Romo Fijo. We had a good run. They changed it to the Rocket Arena. Everybody's hit me up because I'm the one. Stephen Canton goes, you know, Aaron Goldhammer over at ESPN. He said he came up with it. He whatever. He didn't. I did, but he can have it because I don't. It doesn't mean anything anymore, right? Romo Fijo, the arena over there, it was the Gunda Arena many years ago, named after the family, of course. And then it became the Quicken Loans Arena when Dan Gilbert got into the game. And then it became the Rocket, they called it the Q, that was the shorthand. You got to have shorthand for arenas. And then they've had 4 names in 30 years. The Gun, the Q, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, which I immediately dubbed. I said, that's way too gangly. It's ungainly. It's too long. I said, we'll just call it the Romo Fijo. And it stuck. It took off. People started saying it, started working its way throughout the community. People would report to me that members of the Cleveland Police Department would refer to it that way when they were going on calls on the police radio. Romo Fijo took on a life of its own. That's fine. But they have now changed the name of the arena again to the Rocket Arena, which, all things being equal, a terrible, terrible name. But I'm sure whatever Dan Gilbert's doing, they're rebranding the company, right? It was Rocket Mortgage for a while. Quicken Loans, I don't even know if that's an entity anymore. I think they're just rebranding because they're focusing on the whole Rocket Money thing or Rocket or the app or whatever it is. Now, it's no worse than 100 other arenas with, I don't know that Crypto.com arena is going to age very well. But it's the Rocket Arena now. And, of course, everybody comes to me with this. And listen, Rob and I decided, the joke's on them, because we're going to call it the No Mo Romo Fijo. That's the new name over there, right? So you can take Rocket Arena and stick it where the sun don't shine. It is the No Mo Romo Fijo from here on out. Well, we had a good run. It was fun. It was stupid. I see people online. I posted some people who were said that it was cringe, and I said, I don't care about that. Who cares? But we'll see. So the Rocket Arena. And as of today, right, they wasted no time. I'm sure what they're going to do next is pull down Mortgage and Fieldhouse off of the building itself, off the physical structure, and then they'll just put arena in there or something else. I don't know.
From what I heard, they already changed all the signage inside. It already says Rocket Arena.
Yeah, that's probably easier to do. And a lot of people are saying just call it the Roar, R-O-A-R. That reads well, but it doesn't sound funny. There's nothing funny about calling it the Roar.
Oh, okay.
R-O-A-R, just shortening Rocket Arena. That's fine. I mean, again, that's something that you could see in print, but to say that would make no sense.
No Mo Romo Fijo is so much better.
We're going with Nomo Romo Fijo.
I think that's
I don't know
it.
what to tell you.
I think that's the win.
We'll do it for like a week, as a little goodbye. But other than that, I don't care.
Romo Fijo Nomo. Could do that one too.
Either way.
Either way, we can make it work.
Either way. That's right. Who is this? Hello?
Chris.
Chris, how are you?
Hey, so I'm actually on the crew that's changing the name of Rocket Mortgage to Rocket Arena.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I was curious, like, they've changed the name so many times. Will it always be the Gund Arena to you like it is for me, or...
Well, obviously
you don't care.
That was after my time. Before my time. I got here when it was the Quicken Loans Arena. So when I came to town, everybody called it the Q, and I was trying to be a cool guy, so I go, yeah, the Q. But then when they changed it to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, I said, this will not stand. And so I called it the Romo Fijo. People seem to either enjoy that or hate it. Either way was great. But the Rocket Arena, I can't do anything with that, so we will call it the Rocket Arena. That's fine.
Okay, it'll always be the Gund Arena to me. So they changed the name so much. It's the Gun.
So because you're born and bred here, yeah, Chris?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I get
From
that.
Day one.
It's like when I go home, like Wrigley Field, right? I know it's a brand name, it's a family name too, like Gund Arena, Wrigley. They could call Wrigley Field something else. It would still be that to me. So I understand where that's coming from.
Absolutely.
What were we saying, Rob?
Chris? No, I was going to ask Chris, do you know if they're going to keep the red lights on top?
So I can't give out too much information.
Okay.
You'll just have to wait and see,
Because we could always call it the Red Rocket.
Yeah.
If it stays, the Red Rocket kind of has a good ring to it.
The Cavs hit the floor of the Nomo Romo Fijo tonight and take it out of the Washington Wizards. All right, so Chris, you're going to be working on the outside of the building. You'll be tearing down the mortgage in the field house pretty soon?
Yeah, all that stuff. I think they're just changing all of it, and it's just everything's going to become Rocket Arena.
Yeah,
so
sure,
even
understood.
the Rocket, they're changing it all to Rocket Arena.
Yeah, I got it. All right, be careful. Be careful when you're up there, Chris.
Nah, thanks, man. Have
all
a good
right,
day.
Thank you. You too. There's Chris. He's part of the crew. It's over there swapping out the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for the Rocket Arena.
Lots of construction over there, man. Between
so much. I'll tell you what.
The ballpark and now this.
Yeah. Oof. I mean, I try to get people to call Progressive Field the Prague, but that never took off. It's a little silly, though. Some people still call it the Jake, and and as you might have noticed, there's merch to that effect. So it'll be funny. In an age of forced nostalgia, you'll have a generation of people going, it's always going to be the Romo Fijo to me. I don't care what anybody says. When I was a kid, it was the goddamn Romo Fijo. I don't care. Those will be, 3 name changes down the line, but just call it Gilbert Arena. Drop the S or call it Gilbert Arenas, whatever you want. But Dan Gilbert should put his name on it. Call it Gilbert Arena and be done with it. But whatever. It's fine, but everybody blowing me up because many, many years ago I joked with Romo Fijo and it stuck and we had some fun. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. We are still on our bull shrimp with the Buzzard Bookie. So if you're trying to get your hands on $1,000, I've got another keyword coming up around 2:30 that will hopefully do just that.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Thank you, Ohio, for making Ken Ganley the official, the indisputable, the bona fide #1 Kia dealer. We're making deals on over 1,500 new Kias. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 1.9% financing for 60 months, 0 down. 1.9%, 0 down. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month, 0 due at signing. 25K for 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? At Ken Ganley Kia, our goal is 100% credit approval. So come on down to Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya at Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 25 Kia Sportage or Sorrento $17.48 per month per thousand financed plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 3/3/25.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots.
Hundreds of them.
But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys?
Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot. Bot? That's right, deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 21st through March 2nd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2025 Honda LX. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Podcast Network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Once Upon a Con and start listening.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Remember this song?
I do.
It was a band called Berlin. And everybody creamed their jeans. Their biggest hit by far they ever had was called Take My Breath Away. It's from Top Gun, the original Top Gun. That's what most people know from Berlin, but the fact remains that this was their best song. They're called No More Words off the second album. Terry Nunn, who still looks fantastic, by the way. I don't know if she's 70 yet, but she still sings like an angel, still sounds great. And I was listening to somebody talk about Star Wars back in the day, and I had never heard the story. It's probably not a new one. You know, I like Star Wars as much as the next guy grew up. I'm not a Star Wars nerd. I didn't grow up knowing every chapter and verse. I like the movies. I had the figures. I was probably as much of a fan as kind of like your average Gen X kid. Star Wars is one of the first movies I ever remember seeing in the theater. I was 7 when it was in the theater. I don't remember seeing a movie before that. Other than like at the drive-in. Did you ever go to the drive-in with your parents when you were like little?
Yeah, I think maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
I recall there was one right near our house.
We had a Pinto wagon. And so, you know, when my parents at least wanted to get out and do something, which is pretty rare, they had to throw us in the back and they'd pop a bunch of popcorn, put it in a grocery bag, and we were off to the races. So I remember being very young and seeing a movie called The Sting at the drive-in. But other than that, like in a real movie theater, Star Wars is one of the first movies I ever remember seeing. In kindergarten, the very first movie I saw in theater was a movie called Darby O'Gill and the Little People with a young Sean Connery, and he was neck deep in leprechauns and dwarves, right? Saw that in kindergarten. So that was my first legitimate movie theater experience, but it was with my class. But I was listening to a thing about the casting process behind the original Star Wars and all the people that were up for these roles, and I had never heard the story that Terry Nunn was almost Princess Leia. It was down to her and a young actress named Carrie Fisher, who would, of course, go on to play Princess Leia. It was Mark Hamill. It was Harrison Ford, who had already done American Graffiti for George Lucas, so he's pretty much a shoo-in, and Carrie Fisher. And it was either them or this other three actors. A guy named Will Seltzer. Terry Nunn was almost there to play Princess Leia. And you have to wonder how somebody's careers, you know, everyone's career is a series of lefts and rights and in-betweens. And you have to wonder if we would have gotten any music from Terry Nunn had she become Princess Leia. I don't mind telling you, I would have loved to have seen Terry Nunn by the time the third movie comes around in that brass bikini. I wouldn't mind that at all, you know. I guess I was enough of a Star Wars. Again, I wasn't a nerd, but I was. Friends of mine had, Farrah Fawcett posters. I liked Princess Leia in the gold bikini. I don't know that necessarily puts you in nerd territory. But Terry Nunn almost being Princess Leia blew my mind. What could have been, what should have been. Who knows? I got money for you in about 7 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Still doing this for a couple of weeks, I think, through the end of the month. Yeah? So
yes, sir.
Through next Friday, there will be plenty of chances for you to win some of this money. So in a few minutes, I'll have another one for you. I saw the first Star Wars movie when I was 29 months old, this person says. There's simply no way to know how old that is in years. But this person, let me do this. Kat, help me out here. You're good at math, yeah? Are you good at math, Kat?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah. 29 months, so...
2 years and 4 months.
How will I learn if you give me the answers?
Can you figure out how she got there?
Okay, let me check. Okay, so 29 months. So there's 12 months. Okay, so there's 6 months in half a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 months in a quarter of a year. So carry the 6. So 29 months old is going to be 2 years and 17 months. Is that right? 2 years and 17 months. Did I get that correct? 2 years and 5 months.
5, yeah.
2 years and 5 months. Okay, well, this person says that they remember that. I have no reason to doubt them. I'll take your word for it.
I wish I had memory like that, man. I swear, I think the first movie I remember seeing, it was either Back to the Future or Howard the Duck. And I was 7 when those movies came out.
Yeah.
So that means I have no memories before that?
Well, that's the thing, is it's like it's spotty. Like I tell people, I'm so envious of people that go, when I was 5, I remember going, first of all, we didn't go anywhere. My parents didn't take us anywhere. So I don't have vacation memories or anything like that, right? Parents hated to travel. The first time I was ever on an airplane is when I moved to Los Angeles. I was 21 years old. And so we didn't go anywhere. But I really don't remember a lot of my childhood. And I don't know how common that is. I have friends who can remember with crystal clarity times of their life when they're young. I don't remember a lot of my childhood. I don't know if it got spanked out of me. I don't know what it was, right? But huge parts of my childhood I do not remember.
I'm the exact same way.
I will remember kind of some spottiness. I remember, but then again, you don't know if you think you remember it because you've been told the story. You don't know if like you're retconning your own life or if you're a Mandela affecting yourself. I don't know, but I do remember. I remember going to see Star Trek, the motion picture, which I think was 1979. So I saw Star Wars in the movie theater. Saw Star Trek, the very first one, with that original cast, the first motion picture. And but I don't remember a whole lot before that.
What about things
very,
like...
very spotty memory as a young kid.
What about things like teachers and stuff like that? Do you remember that way back?
I remember teachers because it was Catholic school and I was getting hit.
Okay.
So I remember them. We were at the tail end. Like I wasn't getting I was a left-hander.
Yeah.
I wasn't, we were past like getting your left hand smacked. Like that's how my mom or my uncle went through school. As a grown-up, his penmanship was chicken scratch because when he went to Catholic school, if you were writing with your left hand, they would smack your hand. Like it was the 15th century, right?
Yeah.
You got to drag the Catholic Church kicking and screaming into the 19th century. And so like the left hand, that's the devil. All that nonsense, whatever. So as a result, you had generations of southpaws, you know, who had to learn to write with their right hand. So we were past that, but we were not past full-on getting smacked by teachers, you know, because they do whatever they want to do. So, yeah, my Catholic school experience was, there was a very Pink Floyd quality to it, you know. I had my share of pudding and meat, K through 8. But, yeah, no, I remember teachers. Yeah, a lot of them were nuns. It wasn't until the 5th grade that I had a lay teacher. And if you ever seen these women, it was highly unlikely that they were living up to that name. But, yeah. And what drives me crazy is when those same teachers would come to me as I was a young man, when I was older, and tell me, oh, you were so funny. I always knew you'd blah, blah, blah. I go, you got my ass beat when I went home because I'm getting like straight A's in class, but I'd get like straight D's in conduct because I'm, hey, what up?
Moving and shaking.
Yes.
Jiving. Yeah.
I go, don't. I literally like deadpanned my 5th grade teacher when she came up to me, like in my mid-20s. I was starting to make some moves in this business and, you know, oh, I always knew your parents so proud. I go, you gave me D's and got my ass beat when I went home. So don't come to me now. Oh. But that was that.
And you said I could never make anything out of all these fart jokes.
Yeah.
Take that, Mrs. Thomas.
Well, it was more like I was dangling a king-size Butterfinger between my legs in the 5th grade, standing up on a desk.
Uh-huh.
But what do you want from me? I was trying to find my comedic voice.
My parents figured out very quickly I wasn't one for a Catholic school.
I wish my parents had figured that out. It cost them money.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I got in
I'm
too
like,
much trouble.
Send me to public school. Of course, I probably would have gotten my ass beat 10 times more at school, but whatever. Like, what are we doing this for? Who are we trying to impress? But it's fine.
I got kicked out of third grade class at Our Lady of Sacred Heart.
Yes.
Springfield, Massachusetts.
There you go.
For doing the hold my tongue and say apple trick in church. In church, mind you.
Apple.
Yeah.
Apple.
Apple.
Apple. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that didn't, they called my parents.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting in, Sister Winnie was the principal. I don't remember any teacher, but I remember Sister Winnie because she scared the crap out of me. She had a shorter haircut than I did, and she was just the scariest person on the planet. And she's like, I'm calling your parents. And I was like, okay, I mean, you can call my parents, just you don't do anything to me. Like, I'm afraid you're going to throw me in some cellar and I'm never going to be heard from again.
Yeah.
That type of person. And they came to school, and my dad was like, in church, Rob? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, what do you want? When we were talking.
In Catholic school, you're in church all the time.
Right.
Well, it's weirder when we're not in church. What are you talking about? If I'm going to get my material down, it's got to be in church. Yeah, I don't know. But it was a whole thing for a long time. I mean, I'm just old enough where our nuns still had guys' names.
Oh, really?
That's really old school, yeah. It probably shouldn't have still, but it was a very conservative Irish Catholic parish. And so, yeah, the nuns, our principal was Sister Anthony. My English teacher was Sister John. They had to have guys' names because, you know, I got money. It's $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This is the first of 4 that you'll get this afternoon. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Tia says, Alan, my first movie was A Nightmare on Elm Street. My older sister wanted me to go with her because she was an absolute chicken shrimp. Yeah. Hey, go with me to see this guy who haunts people's dreams and has razor blade hands. Yeah. Does anybody remember when the Cloverleaf Drive-In showed porn? Somebody asks. That must be a local drive-in. I'm only familiar with the Autorama, which I think is still open out in North Olmsted. I think that's where it is. But the Cloverleaf Drive-In. Yeah, back in the day, if you could find a drive-in that was showing X-rated films, you know, you just park yourself up next to the highway or something. You know, you take the high ground. And, you know, for a lot of people, it was the first time they saw boobs. And you're hard-pressed to think of a time where that was ever a thing. You can't believe they were ever showing porno on drive-in screens. But, you know.
You imagine sitting there, get the speaker up next to your car. You turn around, you look, and you see, like, you know, your teacher from high school. Or just, you know, your neighbor. It's weird, man.
Hey, Mr. Lacey, you fapping too? Good to see you, Holmes. Isn't this great? Man.
Put some extra butter on that popcorn for me.
You cut the hole in the bottom. That's what I did when Rob and I went to go see that Led Zeppelin documentary, but he didn't take the bait. I thought I was being all slick.
Not at all. It was very obvious.
Yeah. Really was. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, there's plenty of opportunities for you to, as the kids say, engage with us. And speaking of Star Trek, the motion picture, and leave messages for us here.
Hey, Alan. Mike from Wadsworth. A couple years ago, my wife and I stayed at that Green Valley Nudist camp in Medina just to check it out and see what it's about. And I don't think it is a swingers community. It's definitely a family-oriented, like a lot of those lots have been passed down generationally. But there was one creepy guy that claimed to be in from out of town on a business trip that kept trying to get us to come to his cabin. So I'm saying the potential is there, but it's not the norm. Bye.
Could you imagine you're like generationally passed down lots at a nudist colony? Fitting, by the way, that caller was from Wadsworth. Hey, my wife and I went to that nudist colony, and yeah. All right. Well, again, the nudist colonies, they kind of, because of the demographic that normally attracts, anytime they do music events, they normally will gear, it's a lot of classic rock acts and things like that. REO Speedwagon's up there and everybody watching them's naked. But they were smart. They would gear these toward younger demographics. They would gear them to we've talked about EDM festivals here on the show, where everybody's high anyway. They gear them toward that. That wouldn't be so bad. But, okay, well, thank you. The nudist, there's a guy that's knocking, at your cabin door. Hey, I'm the guy that was just in the fanny pack earlier today. I was the guy that I kept asking you if you had any chapstick. And you said no. Oh, okay. No, I don't remember you. You know what? Let's have some wine and talk about it. Let's come on in.
It's the only place you have to describe which lips are chapped.
Yes. Come on, it's a sunny day, very, very hot. It was 95 out there. Let's cool down. Let's just, let's crisscross applesauce in the living room and see what happens. I'll put on a turtleneck or something. It'll be fine.
I could never do it, man.
Go to a nudist colony?
I couldn't.
That's fine.
I could not do it.
Who cares?
I know you say that. I couldn't.
All right. Well, hopefully that won't be a situation you'll find yourself in the middle of. I can't imagine anybody finds themselves at a nudist colony under duress. Oh, my God, I must have taken the wrong turn or something. Here I am in my car fully clothed. Did you watch the SNL 50, by the way?
Parts.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live had I still haven't finished it. It was a live 3-hour celebration of 50 years of Saturday Night Live. I think it was on Saturday night. Maybe it was on Sunday night.
Sunday night.
And there was a lot of preamble leading up to it. They had clip shows, and they had Saturday Night Live musical guests, like a 2-hour thing it was bands and things. But the full-on 50th anniversary 3-hour live event. And again, I haven't finished it, but so far, I think they did the best you could have expected with that many people. They had a lot of, past and present, mostly past, cast members coming back to do sketches, and Eddie Murphy's there, and Will Ferrell, and, Kim Kardashian was in one of them, and I saw people getting upset about that, but it's guys, she had one of the funniest episodes of last year. She's hosted a couple of times, and she's quite good. She got good timing. I know nobody ever wants to give Kim Kardashian an inch. Yeah! I'd love to give her all 4, but, but I think she's got very good timing, and I think she's funny. But people are also pointing out the egregious absences. People who were not there, conspicuously missing. And you might not have realized it because there was such a glut of people. But Dana Carvey didn't go. And this is a guy who's been on the show recently. He was playing Joe Biden for a while, and that was still a thing. Dan Aykroyd didn't go. I think he was the only original cast member who didn't go. Colin Quinn didn't go. And they always go, well, there was Bill Hader didn't go. Bill Hader is effusive in his love of his time at Saturday Night Live. He and Fred Armisen, they had the same last show. They decided to split at the same time. And, they're like, oh, I had a long-standing scheduling conflict. And I'll take them at their word, but it's if the SNL 50 is coming up, and you're going to be in a sketch if you're Bill Hader, if you're Danny Aykroyd, you're going to be in a sketch. I don't know why you wouldn't reschedule something else. If it's a movie, yeah, that's not something you can move. But this is a one-night deal, too. You're going to be at 30 Rock for 3 hours. I was really surprised that those people didn't show up. Because there are a lot of other people who did, A
lot. I was surprised at some of the people I saw that were there.
I mean, wow. Robert Downey Jr., he's been very complimentary of his time there, too. He said it was kind of a meat grinder, but he had fun because he said there were no expectations. It was a terrible cast, terrible season. Joan Cusack wasn't there. Chris Redd, who's been on this show a couple times, he's a funny dude. He was there for 5 or 6 seasons. He didn't show. But the people who were there, they did Amy and Tina Q&A thing with the audience. Again, I haven't finished this. It's 3 frigging hours long, but it opened with Sabrina Carpenter and Paul Simon singing. And so far, I thought it was pretty entertaining.
Boy, there are just...
Cher was there, Rob.
Oh. You're going to go there already, huh?
Did you see who she was with?
I didn't.
That young dude she's been dating.
Yeah, no,
like
I
the
didn't.
guy, right? It's like celebrity. She was sitting next to who? Seth Meyers, I think. And the other side of her is her plus one. I didn't know that they were having a lot of plus ones.
All I saw of her was her performance.
I didn't see that.
Oh my God! Dude.
I just saw her in the audience.
She did. This is so bad. How old is Cher?
She's 76, maybe.
Okay. She did. If I could turn back time.
Cher is 78 years old.
See, this is even worse. So 2 more years on top. Like, she was wearing the same outfit she wore in that video.
If I could, she wore like the thigh-high boots and
the butt,
the
out.
black cat suit. She did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I felt kind of funny.
Your pants were getting tighter?
I feel kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. It should not have happened that way.
I'll show this here on the live stream. Is this the outfit you're talking about? Is that the performance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one? Okay.
That's it.
So she played at the homecoming concert.
I'm going to stand over here behind the desk again.
So it's a wig, and she's basically recreating that outfit.
Yep.
So on the one hand, it's like she still sounds great.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, she doesn't look like a typical 78-year-old woman. She's had a lot of work done. But my thought is always, like, once you get them out of the costume, it's like opening up a can of crescent rolls.
So what?
Between the Spanx, and there's got to be scaffolding, and the corset where they put their foot in her back to get the laces together and the whole thing.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of things you could do to improve anybody's look, but to still look like that at 78 years old?
So you were liking it?
Yeah, uncomfortably liking it.
Okay.
I was like, ooh. And then I realized it was Cher, and at first I thought, like, oh, this must be old because her bum was out. And then I was like, oh, my God, it's now. And then I was like, oh, no. I've got blood flow.
Mm-hmm.
Something's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then I felt bad about myself. A 78-year-old woman.
No, it's great. You know everything works. You didn't, your brain tells you what you think is hot. That's the crazy thing. I don't know why people get upset about anything, right? Your brain tells you what turns you on. You might not even realize it. You'll be watching something and your brain will go, hey, I like that. And then you go, what the hell is happening right now?
That's exactly what happened.
Cher made it move, but you have no control over it. Your brain tells you.
Man, it's gross, man. There's something wrong with me.
Kat, do you have any affinity at all for Cher? Do you have any artistic connection to her at all?
Well, I do love the song that you're playing, I believe. I remember my mom would blast that when we were cleaning the house as kids. So that's my connection originally to the song. But yeah, I love Cher. She's a great artist and woman. I mean, talk show host, everything.
You still think she still looks foxy? I mean, she's twice Lady Gaga's age. So
definitely.
Yeah. She's still
got
out there
the
doing
confidence.
stuff. Yeah. Well, anyway. Boy, that was the real ball buster, too. At the very top of the show, it was, like I said, it was Sabrina Carpenter and Paul Simon singing. Oh, God, what did they sing? It was the song he did with Homeward Bound. He and Art Garfunkel. I don't know why Art Garfunkel wasn't there. He's still alive. But obviously, Sabrina Carpenter is a contemporary artist. And they made the joke. Paul Simon said, I performed on this song on this show in 1976 or something like that. And Sabrina Carpenter goes, I wasn't alive, and neither were my parents.
Oh,
so I don't know if she was correct on that math, because, I mean, she's late 20s, I think, but pretty wild. Anyway, okay. Cher made a move for Rob, and I'll be jotting that down for Friday.
I'm not...
And...
I mean, not like, it was more like the zap we've talked about before. It wasn't the full, like...
I understand.
Yeah.
Not a full Rob.
Not a full one,
but
no.
Something that you noticed was taking place.
I just couldn't process that she was that age.
Yeah, but also isn't that a nostalgia boner?
I don't know.
Like, you remember what happened the first time you saw her perform in that video. And that's where your brain goes. You go, oh.
I think you got to watch this video.
All right.
I'm telling you, man, it's not what it should be. Something is really, really wrong. It's like the Matrix.
Yeah. All right. The Will Smith one or the Keanu one?
The Keanu one.
Oh,
yeah.
I've got to take a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You want to watch, find our YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The Boston Guard are the first ever champions of the Maybelline Women's Lacrosse League, downing the New York Charging 22-17 on Monday in the WLL Championship Series title game. Boston grabbed the win behind 8 different goal scorers, including Cassidy Weeks, who produced a team-high 7 points. The Charging were led by Captain Izzy Skane, who had 7 points on a team-high 6 goals and 1 assist. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase for your business with the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/SparkCash for details.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. February, obviously the shortest month, but it's going to feel real long if you have drafty windows letting the cold in. Right now, all month long, Window Nation will give you 60% off every style they sell, and you will pay no interest at all for 2 years. Brand new Window Nation windows expertly installed in your home, made here in Northeast Ohio. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers, too, so let's say you want to redo your whole house of windows. You get yourself some Cavs tickets to boot. But you can get a free in-home consult now. Call 866-90-NATION, give them my name, or go to windownation.com.
Favorite station, preset. Favorite artist, preset. Favorite podcast, preset.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app. See it now, along with even more great features. It's everything you love about your car radio and the palm of your hand.
iHeartRadio. Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet, where bigger deals mean bigger savings. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade, this is it. We have over 100 Silverados in stock. Right now, get up to $13,000 off or 2.4% financing, plus no payments for 90 days. Don't miss out. These trucks won't last. Stop by, in stow, or shop online anytime. RonMarhoferChevy.com. Big selection, big savings, big deals. Experience the Marhofer difference, and let's drive together.
Offer valid on new Silverado 1500, financing up to 36 months with qualifying credit. Includes lease loyalty. Must take delivery by 3/3/25.
It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Get matched to your perfect bed now and sleep at night. Plus, if you see a lower price, they'll match it. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm to upgrade today. Restrictions apply.
When you have a problem with your home's heating system, you want it fixed fast and when it's convenient for you. Hi, this is Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5. so we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window, because convenience is comfortable.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course, official WMMS Buzzard gear. At all 4 locations and online, use the promo code ARCADE all month long for 20% off. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
At Meijer, we work hard to bring more of the good life to your life, so you can bring home more perfectly plump and flavorful produce picked for precise freshness, beautifully marbled, beyond brag-worthy certified Angus beef, and more must-have money-saving M-Perks rewards. Because saving more on local favorites is good, but bringing home more of what you love in every trip, that's the good life. We do more to make life a good deal better at Meijer.
Yes! I think I just won my taxes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just switched to H&R Block in about 1 minute. All I had to do was drag and drop last year's return into H&R Block, and bam, my information is automatically there.
Wait, so I don't have to go digging around for all my old forms to make the switch too?
Nope, it's so easy.
Sounds like we just leveled up our tax game.
Switching to H&R Block is easy. Just drag and drop your last return. It's better with Block.
Hey, it's Duji here, and if you or someone you care about is struggling with sobriety or drug use, you need to give Glen Bay a call at 800-234-1001. Glen Bay has been helping people with drug and alcohol problems for over 40 years. You can stop using drugs, and you can stop using alcohol. Glen Bay can help. Visit them online, glenbay.com. GLENBEIGH.com. That's glenbay.com, or call 800-234-1001.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
The countdown is on to our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
Live at South by Southwest.
We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry.
Creativity, knowledge, and passion will all be on full display.
We got a bunch of special guests and surprises.
Watch Monday, March 10th on iHeartRadio's YouTube and Facebook, and listen on iHeartRadio stations across America.
See all the nominees now at iHeart.com/podcast awards.
Lenovo is proud to be a part of the iHeart Podcast Awards at South by Southwest, where creativity and innovation collide. With the new Legion Go S, the first licensed handheld powered by SteamOS, your game goes anywhere. Visit Lenovo.com/Legion Go, empowering creators everywhere.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios.
Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
I got tickets all week for the Back to Life tour with Hinder. Remember Hinder? Sounds so sweet. Hinder and Saliva and Kingdom Collapse. I don't know if Josie Scott is in Saliva these days. He was out, then he was in, then he was out. But it's all going to go down Wednesday night, March the 5th, around the corner here at the House of Blues. If you go to WMMS.com, we've got a grand prize there for you. That is tickets and merch and the meet and greet with Hinder. It would be enough for you to meet Hinder. It would be enough for you to greet them. We put them together. So that's at WMMS.com. I will throw you a couple of tickets here just to get you and a pal in to the Back to Life tour at the House of Blues. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is a song, as a young drummer, once you nail it, you have an immense sense of accomplishment. Before you can do that, you can't do anything until you can reproduce Rush's YYZ. Every single note, every single lick that Neil Peart put down. YYZ, of course, classic Rush track, instrumental, just under 5 minutes. And it was their little love letter to their hometown of Toronto. YYZ is the airport code for Toronto Pearson International Airport. If you've ever flown in there, you'll see YYZ on your ticket. And that's what it is. There's a video over the weekend of this Delta plane crash. It was Minneapolis to Toronto. Unbelievably, nobody died. I don't even think anybody was very seriously hurt in this. Did you see the video of this plane landing?
I don't understand how no one was hurt.
I couldn't understand until I saw the video how it flipped over. I was like, is this like Denzel in the movie Flight, where he flies upside down at the last minute? No. It hits the ground, bursts into flames, loses a wing, and then I guess it flipped over from that. But they got everybody off. I'm going to show you the video here. Somebody who was just out on the tarmac and filming. I'm going to drop out the audio briefly because there's some expletives in here, but it's pretty wild. Coming in for a landing, and then it just skids, bursts into flames. And I don't know if this guy's talking to the tower or what, but there's a little bit of a feedback on his. And so, yeah, just black smoke from that point, but it is unbelievable that nobody died in that.
Yeah, I've seen things that are much less awful as that, where people aren't walking away.
Yeah.
That flips over, bursts into flames, like everybody gets out. Man, talk about luck.
Yeah, they said that conditions there in Toronto were quite windy, was how they described it, and the crosswinds present a lot of challenges to pilots. There are certain cities, if you've ever flown into them, you are puckering your hole the entire time just because of the conditions there. Like if you ever fly into Reno, Nevada, you're like, holy Christ, you're getting tossed around, right? Just the way that the topography is and how that affects the way planes land and all that kind of stuff. And flying in Toronto, it can be windy there. But everybody was alive. I think that they amended the initial reports because they said initially that 3 people had critical injuries. And I think they amended that. I think they said that wasn't even true.
I think there's some broken bones or something they were saying.
Probably broken bones, but everybody walked away. And there's video of people who were on the plane If you were on social media watching some of that, here's some of the tower audio.
Clear to land, 23, Endeavor, 4819. We're going to Wingham. Wingham, okay. No problem. Are you able to go to 2000? We can give you the tri-footed weather link at 1 medevac. This airplane just crashed at 23. Flight 1 medevac. I got no traffic here, so just let me know what you'd like to do. We just had a crash on runway 23 here. Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
Oh, it's wild, isn't it?
That was the other pilot. Let me know what you'd like me to do.
Yeah, pilot talking to the tower. If some of these pilots are so sanguine about the whole thing, you know, they're just like, yeah, we're upside down. Listen, all the stories you hear about drunk pilots on these planes, they have to take them off. You know, those are statistically few and far between. It's mostly men and women like this who are like, yeah, I'm upside down. We're going to get people off. And because you can't freak out.
Yeah.
If you're the guy flying the plane.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats until the plane comes to a complete skidded stop.
Yeah. We're going to have people coming by, and they're going to make sure that everybody's all right.
Make sure your seat is in the upright position.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have landed at Toronto Pearson International Airport. And turn yourself right side up, please. If you haven't been concussed by your overhead compartments, please remember that contents may have shifted, as we are now upside down. We can't even release the slides because the slides go down, and the slides are going to go up. The slides are going to take you to the top of the airplane, which is actually the bottom now. And, you just sit still. We were going to bring the beverage cart by, but the beverage cart has had its contents spilled all over our passengers' heads. So please take that as if you have a gin and tonic on your head right now, it's complimentary. You will not be charged. We'll meet you in the Delta Lounge for a drink that goes in your mouth, not on your head. Please enjoy one of the latest additions to the Delta Airlines beverage cart, the Labia roller coaster, all the way in from the United States.
Oh, that's fun, isn't it?
We thank you for flying Delta Airlines.
Thank you for flying Delta Airlines. We know you have a lot of choices in your flight plan. Thank you for flying Delta. A passenger aboard the plane was recording, and they're being evacuated into the freezing cold Toronto afternoon.
We're in Toronto. We just landed. Our plane crashed. It's upside down. Fire department's on site. We're upside down. Everybody, most people appear to be okay. We're all getting off. Some smoke going on.
Sir, if you could refrain from referring to the plane as being upside down, it is merely in a different position. It is merely what we refer to in the FAA as an unconventional landing position. Please.
You could actually see, they were showing the video, like when the wind pushes the front of that plane down. I mean, they hit hard.
Yeah. So what? I still don't understand what happened, though. The landing gear crumpled, or the nose was too far down?
I think both. I think it came in so hard, so fast.
Okay.
And it just took the front of it down. Then that wing, once that wing went and caught, that's when the plane went over.
Yeah.
Like on our side, and then flipped over on our back. Where we ended up, there was like a big fireball out the left side of the plane. We kind of let ourselves go and fell to hit the ceiling, which is surreal feeling. And then everybody was just like, get out, get out, get out. We could smell like jet fuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take some complimentary nuts from our pit bull collection of
whatever. And I'll tell you what, it couldn't have happened to a nicer group of people, too, because these were all people coming in from Minneapolis, right? If it had been like LaGuardia to Toronto,
oof.
Oh, they've been screaming and yelling and go Yankees and all that nonsense. Coming in from Minneapolis?
Well, the flight originated from Cleveland, didn't it?
Is out?
I think it was Cleveland to Minneapolis,
That's
Minneapolis
true.
to Toronto.
Oh, I didn't know that. So it started at Hopkins. Yeah, hey there. We ended up upside down, and it's okay. They told us they'd give us a $25 drink ticket allowance, and they're going to put us up here at the Toronto Airport Radisson. Looked pretty nice to me. We came in all the way from Bemidji. We were at the airport at 4 a.m., and pretty nice. Tell you what. Never been to Canada before, and it looks all right to me. I'm looking forward to walking around, seeing some moose, maybe. I shot a moose. All the Minnesotans on that. So there were Clevelanders on that flight too then?
I don't know if
conceivably, unless they all got off at Minneapolis, St. Paul. Yeah. Boy, imagine, because in retrospect, obviously, everyone's alive. There's no one dead. So we're free to make whatever comments we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if you're somebody, you know how people love to tell you how they were supposed to be on one of the planes on 9/11? Like, the only story I have for 9/11 is I flew back from New York on 9/10 to Pittsburgh. I was in New York to do the VMAs. I flew back the day before. I had friends who wanted to stay a couple extra days and party, and they got stuck in New York because of 9/11. And so half of them friggin' walked back to Pittsburgh, as far as I know. But people that were like, I was supposed to be on one of them planes. What if you're somebody in Cleveland, you get off in Minneapolis, then it goes on to Toronto, does what it does. Do you tell people I was on that plane? Or they go, well,
I mean, technically you were on the
it's
plane.
a story. Most people's lives, people are looking for stories, and you can't blame them. Anything off the beaten path. And if you flew Hopkins to Minneapolis, you got off. God knows why. You spend the weekend in the Twin Cities. Where could I go that's like Cleveland, but just as cold and bigger? Twin Cities. But you got off. You didn't go on to Toronto. And did you tell that story?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Hey, when that plane went upside down, I was on the first leg of it. They go, what?
It's almost a bit of stolen valor, but, you were on that plane.
Yeah.
Counts.
Right. So anyway, it is what they refer to as a fluid situation, and they're still updating. But the thing I saw around noon today was that they said that even the people they said were really, really hurt aren't that hurt. So again, I don't know if that's true or not. But again, critical but stable. I mean, that's not good if that's what's happening, but nobody died. Nobody died outright.
And again, the video would suggest much different. Like that video,
Yeah.
I mean, that is violent.
The video looks like everyone would have died.
Yes.
Any landing you can walk away from is a good one. Who taught us that?
You tell me.
Indiana Jones.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't remember that quote.
Listener just reminded me of that. Any landing you can walk away from is a good one. Even crawl away. Let's say you're in a crash. For all the traveling I've done domestically and internationally, I have, not to jinx it, I have gotten unbelievably lucky in all of my travels, right? I've never had head in the ceiling turbulence. I've never had somebody stand up and scream, I'm going to kill everyone in here. I've had a lost bag, maybe one or two in 25 years. But that's no big deal.
Never forget.
When I travel, I wear all of the underwear I'm going to need for the trip on my body. So the, makes for a more comfortable ride, by the way. It's why I never mind a middle seat. And it's just smart to do.
Does this mean that it's now socially acceptable again to clap when the plane lands?
Yes.
It is never socially acceptable to clap when the plane lands, Kat. You don't clap in a movie theater at the end. You don't clap when the plane lands. Act like you've been here before. Clap when the plane lands. I know what they're doing. They're like, hey, they didn't kill us.
I might start.
Clap when the plane lands. What are you, rube? Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Alan.
Yes, who's this?
This is Woody. How are you, brother?
Oh, what's up, Woody? I'm not seeing names today. What's up, Woody? How are you?
I'm good, brother. You're talking about the Toronto situation, the airplane incident.
Yes.
I read some about it, but I never saw any video. My question is, when the plane came to a stop upside down, and they shot the slides out, did the slides go out? upside down, or how did they evacuate the plane? My question.
They put him on the podcast.
I already covered this, Woody.
I already covered this. The slides went up.
I was obviously on hold at the time, so the slides went up.
I was on hold, he says. Good save. I don't know. I imagine, right? If it's upside down, the slides...
I would guess they probably didn't deploy the chutes, the slides.
The chutes or the ladders.
What about the ladders? Now you steal my bit. Yeah. Hey, listen, I got a flight.
Yeah.
I got a flight story. I got a quick flight story. Because it came from Minneapolis.
Oh, good for you.
I've been on a couple airplanes in my 57 years, but the scariest landing it happened to be in Minneapolis. I was coming back from Florida and landing in Minneapolis and then flying on to Omaha, Nebraska. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't need the whole itinerary. He's giving me like his departure times, what gate he went to, which cattle call group he was part of.
And it was the only flight I've ever been on that served Seagram's ginger ale instead of
Schweppes.
Canada Dry.
Yeah, I really wanted a Schweppes, and they didn't have it. But then they said, well, you were in zone 3, sir, so you take what you get.
And 4 ice cubes, Alan. Who gives someone 4 ice cubes?
It was the first flight I was ever on where I asked for the whole can, and she gave it to me.
No burners. What? But listen, so it was, long story short, it was severely windy landing, right? Severe crosswinds kind of situation, and a female pilot. And, I mean, I thought, I almost started praying to the good Lord because we came in at a 45-degree angle. I'm like, this is going to be it. This is going to be it.
A 45-degree angle they came in. Wow, Woody, you are... ladies and gentlemen, we're descending at a 45-degree angle. We'll be on the ground in 7 seconds.
It might have been 5 degrees off, but it felt like 45 because I was like, oh boy, this is not going to end well. So, and that was other than that, no problems in the dozens of flights I've ever had.
All
but
right, you lived to tell the tale, didn't you, Woody?
I certainly did, brother, and happy trails to everybody out there.
Thank you, Woody. There's Woody, who, golly, should do a weekly segment. Travel Tales with Woody. Woody, the traveler. I don't know. All right. I got more money for you. 3:30 is that next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Actor-comedian Jeremy Piven. He's going to be on the show on Friday, I think. But he is doing a stand-up tour. And he's going to do the Agora on the 20th of this month. Oh, no, I'm sorry, March 20th. He's going to do the world-famous Agora. So if you want to go see Jeremy Piven ply his trade, I will have a couple of tickets for you here after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 5 with a wind chill below 0. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, high of 17. And tomorrow, the wind chill will still be below 0. Thursday, some snow flurries, a high of 20.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Kia of Streetsboro is bringing you those sweet auto show savings now. Because it's an auto show every day inside our showroom. Get the hottest deals on the new 2025 Kia Telluride, Kia Sportage, and K4. Don't forget about the Kia Seltos, Sorento, and K5. Take advantage of our low down payments and monthly payments with rates as low as 0%. The auto show savings are only here for a limited time, and so are the ridiculously low lease deals on all models. You've got to get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, KiaofStreetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 2/28/25.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com. That's Rocket.
Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, actor, comedian Jeremy Piven. You go all the way back to PCU with him, maybe Entourage. He's been doing stand-up for a while now, and so he's going on a theater tour. He'll be on the show here with me on Friday, I believe. The show is Thursday, March the 20th. You got a few weeks on this at the world-famous Agora, agoracleveland.com. If you strike out, want to buy tickets, all the info on the show will be there for you. Jeremy Piven here in Cleveland, Thursday, March 20th, to make you laugh. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can email me. If you need Alan Cox Show stickers mailed out to you, you can certainly email me for those. I'm always sending those out. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do that. Got a handful of new bureau chiefs checking in. Jennifer listens in Tucson, Arizona. I have a nephew that lives in Tucson. He loves it. He's an airline mechanic, one of my nephews. I should ask him about the plane flipping upside down. Avail myself of his wisdom. He would probably say, well, the plane flipped upside down. It's not supposed to land like that. I like to get the experts' opinions on things. Kevin listens in Brooklyn, New York. Brock is a bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland. Timothy's out on Howard Beach, which is in Queens, New York. Roman listens in Seattle. And Bonnie is in Marietta, Georgia. I will have tickets all the remaining part of the week for you. You want to go to the Cleveland Tattoo Festival. That's the end of this month at the Convention Center. The Say Santa Tour is back, 2.0. That's Primus, Pussifer, Perfect Circle. End of May at Blossom. And if you want to go see comedian Aziz Ansari, funny dude, he's doing the 21st of next month at Playhouse Square. So a mix of concerts and comedy and everything in between this week on the show. Our friend Kevin Bozeman is going to be back on Thursday. He hasn't joined us in a minute, but he's a very funny dude. He's going to be doing the weekend at Hilarities. So we'll catch up with him. And then Jeremy Piven will be on, when's Piven on? David Draymond is actually on Friday. Rob, we have so many people on the show, I can't keep them straight.
That's going to be a good one.
Kevin Bozeman on Thursday. David Draymond of Disturbed. I'll talk to him on Friday. Disturbed, of course, coming to the Romo Fee. The Rocket, or the Nomo Romo Fijo. On March the 31st. That tour is in support of the 25th anniversary of The Sickness. So David Draymond. I think that's the day the new song drops.
Yes.
I don't think the album is going to drop until like later this year.
Yeah, it's a big announcement coming.
So we will see them perform a lot of new stuff because obviously they'll do The Sickness in its entirety. 2 separate sets, I think, is that at that show. So David Draymond on Friday and then Jeremy Piven next week sometime. So that'll be exciting. Very fun. I got more money for you in a few minutes, about 5 or 6 minutes. You know, Brian checked in a lot. We were gone for 5 days, just by happenstance. It was my daughter's 9th birthday last Thursday, and I take her birthday off. And then I took Friday off. And then yesterday we're gone because it was a company holiday for President's Day. And, you know, that's when they celebrate, technically they celebrate Lincoln's birthday, right? President's Day, I think, is to remember Lincoln's birthday. Everyone claims Abraham Lincoln. I grew up in Illinois, which my entire life, the license plates have said Land of Lincoln. This is a guy born in Kentucky, grew up in Indiana, you know, like he lived in Illinois for a few years as a young buck, I guess, and widely considered our greatest president. Of course, some people think that that's Donald Trump. Sure, Lincoln led a brutally divided nation through the Civil War and the abolition of slavery, but Trump's banning paper straws. So was it really any contest? But yeah, so yesterday, that whole thing, I don't know how people celebrate President's Day other than mattress sales. But I sat at home and worked on this nonsense. Not so you'd really notice it. But Brian checked in a lot while we were gone. And the beauty of Brian is I never know what I'm going to get with him. Let me see what I got with him. Hold on. Let me find it. I had a clip from him.
That really pisses me off. You keep your fruit and vegetables to yourself.
Okay, there you go. Well, he's dipping in, keep completely without context that I'm aware of. You keep your fruit and vegetables to yourself. And I don't think that's bad advice, frankly. I think that's something that maybe we can all, it's probably, you know, nobody talks about New Year's resolutions middle of February, but people famously drop them pretty quickly. And so it might be a good time to reiterate your resolutions to yourself, and one of them could be keep your fruits and vegetables to yourself. Had you made, it was before you were on the show, Kat, but had you made any New Year's resolutions? Are you a resolution-centric person? You're, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're somebody who's clearly committed to bettering herself, and I have to think that New Year's resolutions are some kind of signpost for you.
I think I definitely could say I have resolutions, but honestly, it's something I strive for no matter the year or time of year. So I feel like I think it would be beneficial to create more specific goals. So, I mean, resolutions definitely have their value.
It doesn't require a calendar change, though, for you.
Yeah,
is what
I mean,
you're saying.
I could be a little bit more into it, is what I'm saying. So, like, I would say I have resolution just like anybody else, but maybe I should start getting more specific with them.
Rob, you okay with that? Mm-hmm. Do you allow it? Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. Well, she wants to get more specific. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Well, good. Anyway, as far as Brian's concerned, you can keep your fruits and vegetables to yourself. Your Cleveland Cavaliers, well, listen. I don't know if it's fair to say that they lost the All-Star game, but Kenny Atkinson was one of the coaches, and his team lost the All-Star game by, what was it, like 40-32 or something like that? I don't know. He was running. And who was the other coach? Chuck, who was the other coach? It was Kenny's Young Stars versus Chuck's Global Stars. And we had a handful of Cavs on this team. I don't know who was the other team.
I would guess that's Charles Barkley if it was Chuck.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. 41,
I didn't watch it.
41-32 was the final. No, I didn't either. But they had a hell of a time, I have to assume. And the Cavs will be back on the floor at the Nomo Romo Fijo on Thursday night. Cavs will be playing the somebody. Who will they play? They will probably play. They'll probably play the Nets. Oh, they're not back home. They're home on Friday because I gave away Cavs and Knicks tickets all last week. They're going to be in Brooklyn. It's Thursday.
It's all messed up.
Can you
with
tell
this
we've been
day
gone
off.
a few days? I know. I have to keep looking at my screen here, my rundown, to remind myself it's Tuesday.
It's two games in a row. So it's the Nets, then it's the Knicks at home, and then the Cavs on Sunday.
Yeah, the Grizzlies. See, none of us can do it.
God, Jesus.
I know, none of us can do it. Cavs at Nets. That's going to be Thursday night. That's a 7:30 tip-off on WMMS, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
I was simply trying to say they were home for 2 games, and I couldn't do that.
I know. It's okay.
God almighty.
It's okay. We're going to get through it. We're going to make more specific resolutions to get through it. They're going to bring back, all signs point to, if you've recently consulted your Magic 8-Ball, all signs point to them bringing back the Cleveland Rockers. I hope they know what they're doing. I know everybody wants to get on board with the WNBA. I worked for the WNBA for 2 or 3 seasons. I worked for the Chicago Sky before I came to Cleveland. And I have a lot of love and affection for the WNBA. I still think, I get the vibe that this is kind of an opportunistic move in Cleveland. I don't see this being a winning situation. But I don't know what their expectations are. I'm sure they don't assume it's going to be like Cavaliers games, obviously. You have to manage your expectations if you have a WNBA expansion team. And the Cleveland Rockers, which were here many years ago, and Cleveland has been pretty open about wanting to get a WNBA franchise here because the league, insofar as you can call it, is pretty hot. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and players like that have really put them on the map. So I think there's a lot of cities now that are nakedly trying to get their piece of whatever the WNBA pie is. But I think they also maybe set it far enough in advance where they can kind of maybe think about it. I don't know. The Rockers are supposed to be back in Cleveland in 2028.
Would they play at
It would be the 16th expansion franchise in the WNBA.
Would they still play at the Nomo Romo Fijo?
They would play at the Nomo Romo Fijo. That's right.
So the Rockers at the Rocket.
And the Cleveland Rockers were one of the original WNBA teams, I think. Cleveland had,
Yeah, it says they were 97 to 03, right?
Yes.
Huh.
So they weren't a cup of coffee. I mean, they were around for a minute. Yeah, 03 is when they left. But sources in the know say that the Cleveland Rockers will join the league in 2028. They haven't crossed their T's and dotted their I's. But, a lot has changed. Again, I was with the Chicago Sky like 07, 08, 09. And they had to paper the piss out of these games. I mean, your fan base was high school female basketball players and lesbians. There's no better way to put it, right? That's just is what it is. And it was a lot of fun. I was the guy on the court doing the games and things like that. I was the game host. And so it's kind of like minor league ball at the time it was. It's probably a little different now. The girls are making more money. Back then, these girls had to play year-round just to make money, or they had other jobs, right? They were making like $18,000 a year playing for the WNBA. So in the offseason, they'd go play in Slovakia or something. Or they had a job, like a square job that they did. So I have to think it's better than that. Again, I don't think there's 2 or 3 people who are making a lot of money, but that's from endorsements. And I think it's still subsidized by the NBA. I thought they had gotten out from underneath the NBA's financial thumb, but somebody told me I was wrong about that. So I'll take their word for it.
I will say if there's a city that can pull it off, it's probably going to be Cleveland. Look at what they're doing with an AHL franchise. They're putting 10 to 15,000 people in there with the Monsters every night.
But that's a guy's sport.
No, I know, but if you look at the rest of that AHL league, it's not that way. Every town I've been in where I've lived has had an AHL franchise.
Yeah.
Springfield Indians, the Springfield Falcons, the Springfield, whatever they're called now, never drew. The Providence Bruins would put 5,000 a night.
Okay.
I mean, Cleveland.
The Monsters draw. Yeah.
And I think if you do it right, I think these guys understand how to get people in the doors. Whether it's the Cavs or whether it's the Monsters or if it's this team, I think that they understand how you said papering. But I think it's going after the right people, right? It's like making sure that those organizations and those youth basketball groups are in the house every night.
Well, and obviously the people making these kinds of decisions, they know way more about what's going on than I do. I'm just out here talking about it. So they know way more. They know what groundwork needs to be laid. This is their business. But the funny thing is that any time something like this happens, the conversation immediately becomes, how do we get somebody like Caitlin Clark? How do we get Caitlin Clark? So obviously you can't hang your hat on that hope entirely, but she might be very happy in Indianapolis.
Well, and it's 3 years removed.
She's going to be a free agent, actually, in 2028 when they're planning on opening this franchise.
That's what I'm saying.
Would be excellent.
But they can't possibly be putting all their eggs in that basket.
True.
So, Angel Reese, she's her doppelganger as far as being as successful as she is, and she plays for my Chicago Sky.
Well, and it's hard to say that the shine is still going to be on her at that point, too.
That's what I'm
3
saying.
years removed.
2028.
Yeah. But there's always somebody coming up, and I think the more eyes that are on this now, that's what Caitlin Clark's
Listen, I think the more the merrier. I think it'd be great to have a WNBA team here. The more the merrier, as far as,
We could have a lot of fun with that when you think about it. It would be the Clero at the Nomo Romo Fijo. Right?
Yeah. WMMS night with the Clero at the Nomo Romo Fijo.
Sounds like you're speaking pig Latin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I speak well.
Uh-huh. Ixnay on the hombre. All right, I got money here. It is $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Listen, in the interest of the sisters doing it for themselves, I was also reading about how they're going to open Cleveland's first women's sports bar in Gordon Square this spring. It's called W Sports Bar. I have to imagine this has gotten all kinds of chat rooms up in a tizzy. But whatever. Cleveland did lose our bid to get a National Women's Soccer League team. We lost that to Denver. But if we get the Cleveland Rockers back, that's good timing. The city's first women-owned sports bar. There was a place over there in the Detroit Shoreway called Banter, a restaurant that was there for a while of some renown, but it's real hard to keep places open in that Gordon Square area. When I lived in Ohio City for many years, I spent a lot of time over in Gordon Square. There's a lot of great establishments over there. It's really blown up in the decade and a half that I've been in Northeast Ohio. There's a lot of great spots over there. But post-COVID, a lot of these places had a difficult time staying open. And so they're going to open the W Sports Bar.
So the premise would be only showing women's sports or only female-owned?
I think it's female-owned, but obviously I would think that the spotlight is going to be on female sports. So if you were to walk in, unbeknownst to you, and there's like a Browns game on, obviously they have the Browns game on.
Maybe not.
Well, there's plenty of female Browns fans. I mean, that's when you get to look cute.
No, but
you curl your hair, you get your toque on, you get your leggings on, you get the thing.
But maybe there's a women's lacrosse game on at the same time that they're going to have to show if that's all they show. That's what I mean. You never know.
Have you guys heard of the women's sports bar in Portland called the Sports Bra?
Yes, I've heard of it. Is that a good name?
3 letters. It took me a second there.
Yeah.
You messed up the sign.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
the sports bra.
Like when I used to go around putting E's on the word pub because I thought it was funny.
Yeah! I like it.
Thank you.
You know why you thought it was funny? Because it is.
It is, yeah.
That's why.
I had a bunch of those little E stickers.
Hey, you guys want to grab a pint at the Pube tonight?
All started at a place called Parker Street Pub, where I grew up.
Which became Parker Street Pube.
And it took them a long time to notice, too. Sign right on the side of the building. Just bought one of those little E's, Yeah. Bam, right there.
Yeah.
So proud of myself.
See, that's some nonviolent protest right there. Not even protest. That's some nonviolent artistic expression.
Pube.
You guys want a pub. You didn't know I was coming and turn it into a pube.
I still probably have those E's somewhere. I might start doing that again. Bring that back. Old school.
Yep. Well, I can't imagine you'd be able to do that, though, at a female-centric sports bar because, of course, it would just be hardwood floors. But anyway, they said that they're going to be a dedicated space for fans to watch women's sporting events while still being inclusive. So, yeah, they'll be focused on those sports. And if you can watch a hometown WNBA team, all the better. But they said, yeah, obviously we're going to show everything. But we want it to be a place where if you are a dedicated female sports fan, you can show up and have a good time. Hopefully without feeling, the danger that you run, the danger, but you run the risk of it just turning into another kind of place. Because it's not like they're going to turn guys away. It's not like that. They go, yeah, everybody's welcome.
Where is
but
that
we're gonna
place? I just can't find it. Well, you're going to want to, when you're going on that, just look on the right-hand side. You're going to see a parking lot full of Subarus. Pull in there. That's where you're going to want to be.
Yeah, guys will have to GPS this place every single time they want to go. Right there in Gordon Square. I can't find it. It's in Gordon Square. I've been driving around for an hour, and I can't find it. Could you move a little to the left? Anyway, congratulations to them. And again, the more the merrier. We get that WNBA team in town. And maybe, if we're lucky enough, by that time, the Browns will have relocated to another city. And the balance of the universe will have been restored. I got a break. Hey, the Cleveland Tattoo Festival. That is the end of the month. You want tickets? I got them for you. The Villain Arts Tattoo Convention. You get a 4-pack of these. It's the 28th through March 2nd, right downtown at the Convention Center. So we'll hook you up with that. 35192. Text me for anything else there. Want to watch, go to our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
In Texas, they have
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
I got a 4-pack of tickets for the Villain Arts Tattoo Convention. It is the end of the month, February 28th through March 2nd, right down here at the Cleveland Convention Center. You can always go to villainarts.com for the details, what artists are going to be there, everything involved, tickets and the info and all of it. Be a good time. And 4 tickets for you. Good luck. Caller 10. Maybe I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm getting my first tattoo on Saturday. I'm excited.
Which one did you decide to go with first?
I'm getting a forearm band of the Chicago flag.
Sweet.
And then we'll move on from there. Yeah, that was one of my resolutions. I said, screw it. Clearly nothing matters anymore. Who am I trying to impress? So at the ripe young age of 53, it's going to be my year of tattoos.
You're going to go right in the middle of the forearm?
I'm going to go right below the elbow.
Nice.
Yep. So I still got some room to do other stuff. But I have kind of a mental list of probably the first half dozen that I'm going to be making appointments for and receiving. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I got my Lubriderm. I got my Aquaphor. I got my Dial Gel soap all ready to go. And I'm planning on being a lot of fun. That'll be this Saturday afternoon. And then we'll go from there. The Cavaliers are back in action in Brooklyn after the All-Star break. Thursday night, you're going to play the Nets. 7:30 is your tip-off. 7 o'clock is your pregame coverage. That's when it all begins here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And if you listen to us on the app from out of state, tell me where. Jeff listens in Wesley Chapel, Florida. Jennifer's in Fort Worth, Texas. Matt's in Milwaukee. Jennifer listens in Tucson, Arizona.
You say you're from Tucson, but you talk all fancy and Europe-like.
This is the way we talk in Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. Jackie Daytona. That's how he talks. Tucson, Arizona. A lot of people now, just because they've heard me say Nomo, Romo, Fijo, we're not hip to the fact that they have changed the name of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. As of today, it is now the Rocket Arena. But for the time being, we are going to call it the Nomo, Romo, Fijo. Alan, is it cold in Studio G? Kat is all bundled up. I haven't seen Kat today. She's got a toque on. She's got a scarf on. Are you okay?
I think she's on the phone.
Oh, she's getting
probably
the winner.
Grabbing
okay.
your winner.
All right. Alan, I just realized who Kat sounds like when she talks. Remember the Miss South Carolina beauty pageant contestant? Oh, the Maps girl? I would not have put that together, really.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
I like how she tags it with, for our children. Whatever you say, whatever nonsense stream of consciousness you've gone on, just end it with, for our children.
Definitely not the sound. But
no, I would not have put that together.
But I get the beginning part, the setup. You know what I mean? Like the way that the cadence. I believe that. I think she's still in that
still very formal.
Answer your questions formally phase. You know,
mm-hmm.
Not realizing that she doesn't have to do that with you.
Well, that's all right. That's fine. But I would not have gotten that vocal quality from Kat's voice. I would not have put those two together.
Is she off the phone now? Kat, are you off the phone? It doesn't look that way.
I don't think that she is. Alan, they will not be serving any Bloody Marys at all at the W Sports Bar. All right. See, the jokes are all coming in now, and
take a shot from the red line.
There you go. Yeah! I would like to do, they said they're going to open in the spring. I would like to be considered to have that be one of the sites for next season's Cox Out pregames.
I'm in. Love it.
Let's do Cox Out at the W Bar there in Gordon Square. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Could serve the LRC there.
Listen, this show, contrary to popular belief, has a sizable female fan base. God knows why, but we do. And so I have to be cognizant of that. But there's a lot of decisions to be made, a lot of choices to be made. And, you'll still have people that will point out more men have walked on the moon than women have dunked in the WNBA. Again, I don't know why that is significant to you, but okay.
Shouldn't laugh at that. Oh, there she is.
Somebody said in the text, Cat, that I don't know if you've ever heard the clip of the beauty pageant contestant from South Carolina who really lost her train of thought at the question about maps. You ever heard that clip?
I don't believe so.
It's from 10, 15 years ago. Somebody said that that your voice reminded them of this girl. I don't even remember her name, but she went viral and was very famous briefly for just giving this demented answer at like the Miss Teen USA pageant.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Thank you, Miss South Carolina.
And I said it's not the voice. It's you're still in the formal answering of questions with Alan. So you'll start with those things sometimes. I believe that instead of just answer.
Gotcha.
So that's what I think they're trying to say, is my guess.
Kat's answers are indented.
She's formal.
Yeah.
Kat, it all started, they were asking if it's cold back there because they said you were all bundled
Oh, yeah.
up.
Is it cold? You've got a toque on and you've got a scarf. Is that fashion over function, or are you cold back there?
A little bit of both.
Okay. Listen, you do you. I just want to make sure that you're not back there freezing.
We could always check with her, too. I mean, with Bob, and see if we can knock that temp up a little bit for you. Is it like freezing cold back there?
I mean, I've warmed up with some of my clothes, but yeah, it's been cold sometimes back here.
All right. I'll get to work on that
Conversations
for you.
warm me up, though.
See, she did it. Right? You had her, and then you lost her, and then you got her back. Conversations warm me up. Anyway, that girl's name is Caitlin Upton. That is Miss Teen USA 2007. That's how long ago that was. She is 35 years old now. And that's how you know that it was that long ago. Because if that had happened today, she'd be on a tour, and she'd be on a podcast, and she'd be, the Hawk Tua girl, just as an analog kind of, Back in 2007, if you did something ridiculous like that, you went away, and she quickly did. It wasn't like she, I think she just said, screw this, probably did a couple of shows.
Hi, this is Kat B with the Alan Cox Show.
I think she was on the Today Show, and, she went to Appalachian State University. I have partied in Boone, North Carolina. It's a lot of fun. But, she went away. And I think she's just married now with kids.
And I think old Hawk Tua's on the outs, too, after that whole
after the crypto
thing.
Yeah, they accused her of a crypto rug pull situation, and
haven't heard much from her lately.
No, she's still around, but again, the bloom was kind of off the rose even before that whole thing happened. So I think for a lot of people, whether or not they cared about the crypto scam in general, they were just kind of like, yeah, I think I've had.
What's her dad gonna do with all those Hawk Tua hats that he laid the money out for?
the Hawk Tuah meme coins.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was not good for that. And I'm sure that's partially why she went away too, that Caitlin Upton. It was not good for her. Like, that was an epic flop on a huge stage, literally and figuratively. And people just, but that was before Twitter. I mean, think of what would have happened post that. Now, in 2007, you had MySpace and Facebook wasn't that old. And so going viral then, while I'm sure no walk in the park for her, is nothing like going viral now.
Let's bring it back. Let's just when she thought she was out, we pull her back in and make a meme out of her because of it. We're like, hey, you know what? We didn't forget.
Yeah.
Never forget.
Yup. Hashtag forever my teen Miss USA.
Such as.
And such as. Have you heard the hostile government takeover guy, the singing?
No.
This dude posted something on TikTok, and his voice is so goddamn good. He's singing about the fact that obviously we live in an oligarchy now in this country. People have remixed it. I hope this guy gets paid because people are remixing it left and right.
We're in the middle of a hostile.
Again, this is on TikTok. He's just walking around with his selfie camera on, but he's doing stuff. So he's going into the fridge. So it's basically the camera's like up on the underside of his face, and he's just singing around his apartment.
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I want to talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? We have one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Now that we're a part of a Nigerian prince scam, surprise, surprise, it ended up being a white man. Oh, I just want to know what the hell do I do? Probably drink.
And so obviously, because he's got the goods there, everybody's remixing it and having fun with him.
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover.
It's like John Legend or something. That thing slaps, man. I hope this guy's getting paid for all these remixes.
You know he's not.
I know, but
I hate to say it, but you know he's not.
I know, but
doesn't that suck?
I'd like one of these to get people paid, man. So yeah, surprise, surprise.
It was like that homeless guy. Remember the radio homeless guy, Ted something?
Yeah, Ted Williams.
Now he's working in a tire shop. Thankfully he got him off the street or whatever. But yeah, like that, he didn't. It fizzled out quick.
Well, he made some money he made more money than this dude's gonna make. But Ted Williams, the Golden Voice, that was in Columbus.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. He was a DJ in Columbus back in the day, and I think that's where they got him, was on the off ramp there in Columbus.
Okay.
And then they cut his hair and they gave him the makeover and they got him some veneers. And then they put him back on the radio, I think. But I don't know. He might have fallen into some bad habits again, or I don't know. He announced a few years ago that he was running for governor.
Whoops. Here
in Ohio. But he didn't follow through with that. So, yeah, there was because you're going back a decade now with this. But this was, he had a couple of years where he was making money. Because, like, Kraft hired him to do those mac and cheese commercials.
Yep.
I mean, this is a guy with legit amazing pipes. But, he's an alcoholic. I mean, he just fell into bad stuff. Gets evicted, ends up on the street. He has 9 kids. Right.
Wow.
He's like the Elon Musk of the off-ramp.
With a better voice.
Less of a douche.
Nice.
Yeah. 9 kids.
Wonder how many
9.
baby mamas.
I don't know. 2 boys and 7 girls for that guy. Whew. But he is alive. A lot of people said, oh, he's dead now, and he's still alive. He's 67 years old. Hey, Dick.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Dick?
Oh, not much. I went back to the group, the Dulcimer group in Miamisburg, and we're doing
good for you.
We're doing a tribute to John Denver this summer. We got all his songs and some of the Beach Boys, so we were rocking today. It was good.
I mean, I don't know that John Denver lends himself to like a rockin' set of music, but I take your point. What are you doing? Take Me Home Country Roads? You doing Annie's song? What are you doing? Leaving on a jet plane?
We're doing Take Me Home Country Roads, Leaving on a Jet Plane, and Back Home.
Back Home Again,
three of his favorite songs.
Gotcha. All right. You know, he died. He died in a plane that he made himself, Dick.
Yeah, I know. It was sad.
Yeah.
Irony.
I think if I'm going to put any money on an Ohio team, I think the Cavaliers are going to win the whole thing.
How do you feel about
have a good year?
Dick, how will you become a booster for the WNBA when the Cleveland Rockers return in a few seasons?
Sure. Well, yeah.
That doesn't sound very convincing. Will you become a minority investor in the Cleveland Rockers like Rob and I are?
Well, sure.
All right. How much you want to throw in?
I don't know. Maybe, $100, maybe $200.
No, not that minority. I'm talking about Rob and I are in for like 150 G's a piece on the Cleveland Rockers, Dick. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, we'll share it, okay?
Share what?
The money. We'll
share
go 150.
Share the money. Rob and I are we're each putting in $150,000 into the investment group of the Cleveland Rockers. Are you prepared to join us?
Maybe.
I mean, I figured you got some of that Lowe's money socked away, yeah?
Yeah, you never know.
Sounds very non-committal,
Yeah,
Dick.
it really does. I'm not getting...
Looking for a good partner here.
Not getting good investment vibes. If this was Shark Tank, I'd tell you to take a walk, Dick.
No, don't do that.
Fortunately for you, it's not. Will you play Rocky Mountain High?
Yeah, we might do that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Never know.
All right.
Well, have a good day. Licky, 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 boom, doom, down. Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
Boy, we haven't heard from Dick in a minute, and I got to tell you, it's rare that I feel like we've stumped him.
Yeah,
but I feel like
him.
I feel like this time we really...
I got $100. No, we were talking like 150 grand, homeboy. Okay, you guys split that then.
He could make hide nor hair out of what was happening over here. Pardon me.
Alan, over the weekend, I was listening to playlists, and Song I Love came on, and I was like, oh, man, it sounds like that dude. It sounds like that dude who was singing Silver Springs last week. And then it dawned on me that perhaps this version was what he heard. It's Angie McMahon. And sure enough, out the screen, it was Silver Springs. I didn't even realize it was a Fleetwood Mac cover. But I'm almost wondering if what he heard was the Angie McMahon cover, because it kind of doesn't quite sound like the original. So maybe that's the confusion point in all this. Maybe. I don't know. Love you.
Yeah, Angie McMahon, if you're familiar with her, she has kind of a very kind of lower tone to her. Remember Joey called us a couple of weeks ago. Joey calls out of the blue, wanting to know if we can suss out the song that he's trying to get across to us. And he mumbles and hums it. And we told, well.
All right, it goes like this. It goes, want you.
Again, we told them that sounds like, or people started texting us immediately, it sounds like Silver Springs from Fleetwood Mac. And he goes, no, it's not that. But maybe, as that guy says, maybe the Angie McMahon version.
It goes like this. It goes, Just want you. Want you.
Well, he might be onto something, but I don't know. I don't know that we've. I think the only follow-up we got from Joey was at that time when he goes, "Oh, it's," or he texted. It was Silver Springs.
I think I'd rather listen to Joey's version, to be honest with you.
All right, it goes like this.
Not an Angie McMahon fan. You don't like her take on that
That
song?
whole time, I thought he was saying Andrew McMahon. I'm like, I didn't realize Andrew covered that song.
In the wilderness?
Yeah, great.
It goes
Cool.
like this. It goes.
That was Ed McMahon.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh.
Yeah. I saw Jack's, speaking of Andrew McMahon, Jack's Mannequin is back on tour. Remember them?
Yeah.
Remember
yeah.
Jack's Mannequin? Wow. They're back on the road. They're coming to Cleveland, I think. Aren't they coming?
They just, Something Corporate was just here, too. His
Yep.
other band. They just
Yep.
played at House of Blues. My buddy plays keyboard for them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was coming here. Maybe he's not. Jack's Mannequin at the Agora on November the 8th.
That's why I was like, I didn't know Andrew covered that song. You're like, oh, that's not him.
Angie McMahon.
Angie, got
Yeah.
it.
Well, I don't know.
Now I want Andrew to cover it, so I don't ever have to hear that other one again.
You get that taste out of your mouth,
Mhm.
out of your brain.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take a break here. I will have Say Santa 2.0 tickets for you. They did this for Maynard Keenan's 60th birthday last year, and they had such a good time, and the fans had such a good time, they're doing it again. Wouldn't you know it, for his 61st birthday? It's Primus and Pussifer in a perfect circle, very Maynard-centric, all of them on stage, jamming, doing whatever. May 25 out at Blossom. So I will have these tickets for you all week. Next pair coming after the break. And then 4:30 is the next keyword to get you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Coming back to Fox on Monday, March 17th.
Honoring the songs and artists you loved on iHeartRadio over the past year and giving you an exclusive
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Winter roads, no problem. Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Why would you do that to me?
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist.
But my dreams soon turned into a nightmare. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Once Upon a Con and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
There are a couple of tickets for Say Santa 2.0. They did this last year for Maynard Keenan's 60th birthday. I think his father just passed away. I think Maynard's dad just died. Saw him post a little memorial to his dad on Instagram last week. It's Primus, Pussifer, Perfect Circle, all of these bands on stage simultaneously, all to celebrate Maynard's 61st birthday. Be a good show. Sunday, May 25th, out at Blossom. Maybe take the 26th off. LiveNation.com will have all the info for you, along with tickets, whatever else. I will have them for you all this week. So grab this pair if you are caller 10. 2 for Say Santa 2.0. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
A drummer. Or even a real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Coming up on the 25th anniversary of this album, Mer de Nam was the debut album by A Perfect Circle, May 23rd, 2000. And it was the highest ever debut for a rock band's first album, number 4. Because it had the Maynard Keenan stink on it. It had James Iha from Smashing Pumpkins was part of it. I don't know if he was part of that album, but he toured with them for a while. Josh Freese was on the drums. I beat the hell out of that first Perfect Circle record, man. Listened to it non-stop. Billy Howardell, who had been a Tool guitar tech, I think, for a long time. So they all knew each other. Troy Van Leeuwen, they grabbed him from Queens of the Stone Age. So it was a real rock and roll supergroup at the time. With Maynard Keenan there in front, but just a great. If you were way into Tool, it didn't sound like Tool. You know, Maynard's voice is instantly recognizable. He has a singular tone and delivery and the whole thing, but it was kind of like, you know, more Depeche Mode than Tool, but I loved it.
You saw that Tool blocked off a whole bunch of studio time?
I did see that.
Yeah, 3 months they just put aside to organize a new album, which means it's probably mostly in the can, I would assume, right?
Yeah, I think I saw that Adam Jones had posted something that they were going to be back in the studio doing something.
To say organize, I mean, organize ideas.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah. Well, because that's the way they've always been. They're like, we come back together when Maynard has some lyrics and when we have music. And that's not a bad way to be.
I can't wait to hear it.
You want to know my prediction?
Sounds like a Tool record.
The songs are going to be pretty long. That's what I think.
Probably a good bet. Anything over 5 minutes?
Those songs are going to be pretty long. Yeah.
See, back before all of this easy technology where everything was in a computer, we used to have to play long songs to go take a crap. And anything by Tool, that was always my dump song. You would always know, like, how bad it was based on the length of the song. Like, if we ever got to, like, Fear Incarnum, it was over. That's like an 11-minute song.
Fear Inoculum.
What did I say?
Incarnum.
What is it?
Fear Inoculum.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I meant.
No, what I'm saying, though, is back in the day, if you had the two greatest songs, I start my career professionally doing classic rock radio. And, of course, a lot of those songs are notoriously long. So if I saw Kashmir by Led Zeppelin show up, I knew, and I wore like a stopwatch because I had to run down the hall, around the corner. Not like we do here. We got to run the length of the building to go to the bathroom. But my dumps are timed out around the show. I'm very regular. So first thing in the morning, hour before the show, and then at home at night. And so I didn't have to worry about that. But back in the day, you really had to time it out. So if I saw Kashmir by Led Zeppelin, I knew I had 8 minutes. I knew I had just under 8.5 minutes. Now, the radio gods really smiled on you if you were playing Do You Feel Like We Do by Peter Frampton.
Oh, yeah.
That is a 14-minute live song. Crowd goes crazy because half of them had got to take a dump too. And they go, I'm going to go get a beer, I'm going to take a dump, whatever. But if I saw Do You Feel Like We Do, and it wasn't in regular rotation, but if you were doing like a specialty weekend or something, that's a bootleg weekend of the rocker. That's what we would do. And so I was so happy when I would see those. I was like, oh, this is great. Yeah. Or all 5 parts of Shine On You Crazy Diamond.
Well, that's a whole, right? Jesus.
I had to go deposit a Crazy Diamond in the men's. Those were great dump songs.
Yeah, that was anything Tool.
Yep.
I always had plenty, and I would swap it out depending on the degree of how bad it was.
Or Rush, or Metallica.
Yeah. When
they got really.
And Justice for All was always a big one too. You had like 10 minutes on that one.
Great songs. Xanadu by Rush. Some Jackson Browne if you're playing the loadout. All kinds of good stuff. Anywho, it's got nothing to do with you guys. But,
little inside baseball.
Yeah, good dump songs back in the day. All-Star break is over. Kenny Atkinson's team falls to Charles Barkley's team. 41-33 or something in the All-Star break. Cavs in Brooklyn Thursday night. They'll play the Nets at 7:30, and then they come home to host the Knicks on Friday night. Memphis Grizzlies pull into town on Sunday before the Cavs hit the road again. They beat the Raptors, yeah. That was the day we left for the week, was Wednesday. Yeah, Cavs over the Raptors. Went up to Toronto to play those guys. I got an email from somebody, a little blast from the past, not particularly for them, but they wrote me and they said, "Hi, I'm one of your bureau chiefs." The people who listen on the iHeartRadio app. I was wondering if you still did prison mail. I will be shipping out in about 2 weeks for an 11-month stretch, and I'm just curious. And I asked what he was going in for, and he didn't respond. It's not really any of my business. I'm just curious. We used to do prison mail. It was great. It was a lot of fun, but I think that they've, over the years, I think they've gotten rid of handwritten mail. I think it's all electronic mail. It's easier to track. You don't have to worry about people trying to sneak stuff into the mail. I could be off on that, but I mean, like the prison mail, handwritten letters, which I used to love, and I'd read them on the air. It was a lot of fun. And that kind of just dried up like overnight. And a lot of people who had been inside would text me or email me and go, yeah, they've pretty much switched everything over to electronic mail. But anyway, I told them, I wrote him back, I go, absolutely. I explained this little nugget of info to him, but I'm like, if you can get physical mail out to us, I'd love to read it. Love doing prison mail.
Did you used to get the collect calls?
Didn't get the collect calls. Man, I mean, once in a blue moon, I'd get a collect call, but it was mostly, I was telling people, hey, if you're going to be on the inside for a bit, write me. And a lot of times it was penny ante stuff. You had guys out in Grafton who were in there on like a, intent to distribute charge, something like that. They're going to be in for 5-6 months, or a domestic, and but they would write. Some of them would write after they got out, keep me apprised of them keeping their nose clean. So it was it feels a little strong to say a service that we provided, but it was nice. I mean, I like to know that people are, we talk to people, and a guy named Buddha would call us, and, people keeping their noses clean after being incarcerated. So, yes, if there is still a thing, such a thing as physical prison mail, I'm happy to go through it. A lot of times, the female on our show, whoever that was at the time, would get very graphic drawings, very graphic pieces of art from these inmates. So I guess it's Kat's poor fortune that now she's on the show when physical prison mail isn't really much of a thing anymore. Mary Santora, Erica Lauren, when they were their tenure on this program, they used to get very graphic drawings of, I guess, the inmate in question overestimating their abilities in drawn form, but really putting it to them. And so I don't, and obviously I'd hand those over because, some people want to frame their art. But if we get any prison mail anymore, I'd be happy to read it. The rules remain the same. Please explain why you're in. A lot of people would just write gibberish. And I'd be like, this is fine, but I want to know the backstory. And, like I said, a lot of it was kind of run-of-the-mill. But once in a while, you'd get somebody who had a hell of a story. I've been watching a lot of forensic files lately. And, these crimes of passion, they're not thought out. And you have to think it's probably well-tread ground by now to say that a lot of these women probably learned how to do this stuff by watching these shows. Same with the guys. The happy couple who he was slowly poisoning his wife. He's putting huge amounts of arsenic in her orange juice or something like that, or antifreeze. I have to imagine it's the rise of those shows that informed most people that antifreeze is tasteless, right? Or it's sweet. And so not noticed in a lot of situations. I didn't know that before these shows got so popular. The guy would intone the voice of it because antifreeze has a sweetness to it. It was never noticed until. I like the OG Forensic Files.
Mm-hmm.
A guy named Peter Thomas, who was this Canadian voiceover guy. He did Nova for a long time, if you go far enough back with Nova. He was this really, he didn't have like crazy deep pipes. He just had his appeal was he had just a normal sounding voice. The more current episodes of Forensic Files have an actor named Bill Camp narrating. I like him a lot. He's great in stuff. But he's the guy that they took to narrate Forensic Files. But if you watch them back in the day, it was a guy named Peter Thomas.
He had a similar delivery to the dude from Dateline, the way that he would, kind of run through until it was too late.
Yes. That's right. There's got to be old Peter Thomas Forensic Files.
What's the guy's name from Keith something?
Keith is Matthew Perry's stepfather, right?
Yeah.
Keith Robinson? No, that's a comedian.
Exuberant. She was enthused. She was intelligent.
Shortly before midnight on a Friday in July 2000.
This is an episode called Tight-Fitting Jeans. Genes.
I was going to go pretty different with the script on that one.
Pam's husband, Byron, called police to report his wife missing.
Police immediately recognized his mushroom cap print from his tight-fitting jeans.
He said when he got home, the front door was wide open. His wife's keys were there, but Pam was gone. Strangely, the bathtub was full of water.
It looked like she had been taking a bath, and also there was some blood on a rug under the bed in the bedroom that hadn't been
Now,
there.
the great thing about these OG Forensic Files episodes, many of them, they're talking about cases from the 70s and 80s. They're pre-cell phones, pre-DNA. So they're always like, because they're not even reminding you that this was before cell phones because these shows were done in like the mid-90s. And so if you watch that show enough over the course of the run, you can see where the technological tides begin to turn. Because he'd say things like, a cellular phone was found in the glove compartment. Police were able to track the text messages of the, it was burgeoning technology then. Anyway, I only mention this because most of what is on in my house on the television is my 9-year-old watching Bob's Burgers. It's all she ever wants to watch. But now she wants to watch Forensic Files. She loves it. Because we were worried. We were like, I don't know if that's a show you should be watching. But she's a smart kid. And we're like, let's let her dip her toe in and see, right? Now, nothing crazy graphic, none of the sex stuff, none of, But a lot of these, like, poisoned wives and husbands, she's picking them apart left and right. She loves it.
It's a great show.
Oh, it's the best.
Keith Morrison.
Right.
Damn it.
Bill Hader did him on SNL.
Yep.
You see the memes. That's terrible. Because he always kind of had this, like, look on his face. Yep. He's the guy with, like, he looks like Stonehenge with a shock of white hair on Easter Island. Not Stonehenge. It's like Easter Island with a big shock of white hair. And Bill Hader would parody him on SNL. I got money here. I keep forgetting. We're back. We've been gone for a few days, and so I'm rusty here, believe it or not. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie right now. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So I'm being told that this is the last week. I thought it went through the 28th. This is the last week for the Buzzard Bookie. So this Friday, 5:30 on this program will be the last opportunity for you to win. And that's exciting because somebody will win. Somebody who has not won the entire time will win the last $1,000. Imagine if it's somebody in this audience, somebody in my audience. They go, I started the week, Alan, in a terrible mood because the Romo Fijo became the No-Mo Romo Fijo with the name change over there to the Rocket Arena. Yawn. But ended the week on a high note when they win the $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So we'll see. That would be fun. Speaking of bureau chiefs, I heard from Roger. He is a bureau chief technically in East Amherst, New York, but that's the Buffalo metropolitan area, and he's the one who keeps me apprised of the brand new Lindy Korn ads. We fell in love with Lindy Korn. She is a sexual harassment lawyer, or like a human resources kind of lawyer. Hey, somebody tried to finger you at work, like one of those, right?
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Not like a greeting. Call the law offices of Lindy Korn, highly renowned, well-known in that greater Buffalo area. And she's always, she's very kind of, I don't know if flamboyant is the right word, striking. She's always color coordinated. So she'll have her hair dyed Kool-Aid blue, and then she's wearing blue clothes. Or red, or something. Always camera ready.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
Now, obviously, most of these are probably made up, but listen, she's trying to get people in the doors.
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors, and when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Yeah, I mean, you hate for that to happen to anybody. Does this sound familiar? I also don't like the term sexual favors because it sounds more innocuous than it really is. Like, hey, if I go, hey, want to do me a favor? Could you hand me that stapler? Sexual favors, that's a big jump. Hey, could you do me a favor? Could you put this in your mouth? And don't stop until I'm done.
Could you do me a favor?
Could you do me a favor? Well, he sent me the latest Lindy Korn television ad from up there in Buffalo.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
See, she's got the red hair. She's got the red clothes. I would like to submit into evidence, Your Honor, a rat in her toolbox, the new euphemism for masturbation. We've been ginning those up the last couple of weeks, right? Field dressing a groundhog.
Boy, oh boy, I've got a rat in the toolbox I got to take care of.
Maybe you go to the bathroom. Maybe it's not masturbation. Getting fingered by little Richard was yours.
Stop it. It was not.
My giant schnauzer is best in show. I think that was Kat's. Warming the chicken. That was that guy in the hot tub who said he wasn't masturbating. His penis was cold there in the hot tub water. He's just warming his chicken. It. All right, rat in the tool. Rat in me kitchen. UB40. Rat in the toolbox. That's a new one for playing Kashmir or a super long song. Oh, thank God. I got a rat in the toolbox. I got to get back down the hallway. Holy cow. I had chili for lunch.
Rat in the toolbox, not going to get out.
When she came back to work, she found a rat in her toolbox.
Does this sound familiar?
Client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
I want to know the one person watching that commercial. It's like, of course that sounds familiar. Someone put a rat in my toolbox.
Finally, I need restitution. Finally.
What's that number?
Oh, the law offices of who? Lindy Korn. Spelled K-O-R-N. It's like the band. Has this happened to you? Boom, ba ba ooh, ga 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 ooh, ba ba ooh. It's stupid white boy beatboxing. Jonathan Davis. Be ashamed of yourself. All right, I got a break. 35192. Want to text me? That's where you want to do it. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see the Doobie Brothers. Walk This Road Tour with special guest the Coral Reefer Band. Wednesday, September 17th at Blossom. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
No heat?
Let's call sales! Let's call sales! This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com. That's Rocket.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Thank you, Ohio, for making Ken Ganley the official, the indisputable, the bona fide #1 Kia dealer. We're making deals on over 1,500 new Kias. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 1.9% financing for 60 months, 0 down. 1.9%, 0 down. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month, 0 due at signing. 25K for 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? At Ken Ganley Kia, our goal is 100% credit approval. So come on down to Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 25 Kia Sportage or Sorrento $17.48 per month per thousand financed plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 3/3/25.
Hey, it's Rob. Switch to Boost Mobile today to get a free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 a month. Switch today at a Boost Mobile store near you. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. See participating dealers for details.
Furnace broke down at the Murphy place. Time to kick it into high gear. So I'll just press this right here. What just happened? I got supersonic speed. Not a moment to waste. I'm off to fix Murphy's heat and restore their comfort. For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Mr. Hero, it's always been about the taste. A taste you just can't get anywhere else. With over 15 sandwiches and 8 sidekicks, Mr. Hero offers something for everyone. I crave a hero, don't you?
I crave a hero.
He'll shoot! He scores! An overtime winner as this place goes nuts!
The Monsters take on the Belleville Senators on Sunday, February 23rd. The puck drops at noon as the kids take over on a Castaway Bay Family Day. Plus, kids 12 and under can take part in a post-game autograph session. Don't miss this monster matinee. Get your tickets now at clevelandmonsters.com.
This is what it's all about!
It's a celebration of savings at Giant Eagle. Join us for My Perks Appreciation Days, February 21st and 22nd. We're saying thanks with 500 bonus perks on a single $75 transaction on February 22nd, only at Giant Eagle or Market District. That's $10 off groceries or gas. Plus, earn 3 times the perks on every gallon of gas at Get-Go Friday and Saturday. Plus, free curbside home delivery for My Perks Pros on $150 orders. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/appreciation for details.
Favorite station, preset. Favorite artist, preset. Favorite podcast, preset.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app. See it now, along with even more great features. It's everything you love about your car radio and the palm of your hand.
iHeartRadio. Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Save a good deal more at Meijer with bulk Gala, Fuji, or Pink Lady apples, just 99 cents a pound. Plus, during the 7 for $7 sale, you pay $1 each when you mix or match any 7 or more on participating items, like Meijer frozen vegetables, Bush's beans, Red Gold canned tomatoes, Meijer facial tissue, and Powerade sports drink. Getting more for your money with the Meijer 7 for 7 sale. Now that's the good life. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. February, obviously the shortest month, but it's going to feel real long if you have drafty windows letting the cold in. Right now, all month long, Window Nation will give you 60% off every style they sell, and you will pay no interest at all for 2 years. Brand new Window Nation windows expertly installed in your home, made here in Northeast Ohio. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers, too, so let's say you want to redo your whole house of windows. You get yourself some Cavs tickets to boot, but you can get a free in-home consult now. Call 866-90-NATION, give them my name, or go to windownation.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. 3 left lanes blocked.
Your chance to win. This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios, feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. The Alan Cox Show.
I've been listening to that horse shit of yours for months. And you can take that crap and blow it out your ass. And for good measure.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Little Black Sabbath of the Wolves, a song called Supernaut. It's been covered a bunch of times. It always shows up on people's lists of their favorite Sabbath songs. I heard a cover of Supernaut before I ever heard the original Supernaut. 30 years ago, Al Jorgensen in Ministry, he had a side project called 1000 Homo DJs, and they covered Supernaut, and that was the first time I'd ever heard it. But the riff is great, right?
Jesus, I haven't thought of that band.
1000 Homo DJs?
Oh, my. Yeah, you just said that, and I was like, it just triggered like that memory. Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Because Revco was another one of his side projects. Revolting COX. Yeah, but Supernaut. And, they're making a big deal about this Ozzy thing, this final thing with Black Sabbath, and they should. It's a big, big deal. I think it is already sold out. I think the whole thing sold out in probably like 6 minutes. But because it's the final go-round for Ozzy and Black Sabbath, it's really a who's who. I mean, they've got everybody on this show. They've got Alice in Chains, and they've got Pantera, and they've got, But Ozzy has said that he will not play a full set with Black Sabbath at the final show. And so you've really got to like Black Sabbath because it's going to be other guys singing Sabbath songs. This is a band, unbelievably, all 4 original members are still alive. And, it's a big deal because Ozzy's not doing well. He had Parkinson's, and they said he can sing his ass off still. He just can't stand or really move around that well. And so he said that he's not doing a full set with Black Sabbath. He will perform little bits and pieces with them, was his quote. He will do what he can. He hasn't done a full set in 8 years. And so this Black Sabbath final show, this time we really mean it. I mean, this time they do, because
They can't.
They can't. Last time they reunited, it was kind of like more that they buried the hatchet on some things. But this is July 5th in Birmingham, England. And like I said, everybody is on this bill. And the tickets went very, very quickly. It's called Back to the Beginning.
And that's the thing, right? So even if Ozzy can't do a ton, I mean, the names on that thing alone, it just makes up for. I mean, everybody and their mother is there.
David Draymond from Disturbed is going to be on with me Friday, and I want to talk to him about this because he was added to it. Jake Ely, who was Ozzy's guitarist for a long time, but some bad blood there. But he's been asked to be there. Jonathan Davis of Korn. The white boy beatboxing his way through Supernaut or something. But Duff McKagan, Fred Durst, because why not? Everybody wants to get in on it. Sammy Hagar and Tom Morello and Wolfgang Van Halen. And one of the numbered guys from Sleep Token. And Lizzie Hale. And on and on and on. Billy Corgan.
The Jake E. Lee one fascinates me, man, because, again, they have not been in the same room since 85.
Right.
So that, I want to see how that goes. I mean, you have to assume it's going to be fine. It's Ozzy.
And it's kind of like, at
Hatchets
this
are
point,
buried.
yeah, at this point, let bygones be bygones. It's not 1987 anymore, you know? Metallica and Gojira and Alice in Chains and Lamb of God and Mastodon. I mean, all of them playing with the 4 original members of Black Sabbath. Profits from the show, they point out, will be shared equally between the Cure Parkinson's organization, the Birmingham Children's Hospital, there in England, and the Acorn Children's Hospice. So all this money going to 3 different organizations. The guys in Black Sabbath playing for the first time in 20 years. I think 20 years ago is when they dropped that 13 album, right? And then did a reunion tour? Or was it longer than that?
That one feels like it's longer, doesn't it?
You might be right. I have no concept of time, so 13 to me, the Black Sabbath. Of course, they did an album called Reunion, didn't they? Is that one of the one I'm thinking of? I'm misremembering the whole thing.
I am too.
They had a song called Psycho Man that I liked. It was just, a pitch right down the middle from Black Sabbath. But Ozzy saying, so imagine if you bought tickets for this and they go, yeah, Ozzy's not going to do that much. They'll roll him out every so often. I mean, you probably don't care.
You don't.
Because this is a stacked lineup. Anyway, the tickets went on sale last Friday. Again, I think they sold out in like 10 minutes, which is no surprise. One egregious omission I'm noticing here is there's no Michael Bolton. And this guy was instrumental in keeping those guys alive when Ozzy couldn't do for himself. Ugh, not a dry eye in the house.
You were right, by the way.
Bolton did Paranoid with them. What's that?
13 was the album.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't do an album called Reunion? I thought they did.
I think they did, but it was, I don't know, that was the tour that you were talking about because that was 2013.
All right. Well, good. Alan, I went to Ozfest in the early 2000s, and Ozzy couldn't stand or move around that well then. Yeah, I mean, if you saw Ozzy back in the day, but at least then people kind of knew what to expect because he had been doddering around on the Osbournes. So people knew, like, the first time I ever saw Ozzy was 85, 86, whatever that Ultimate Sin tour was. Motley Crue opened for Ozzy when I saw them at the old Rosemont Horizon in Chicago. And it was great. He's running around, but that was like in his sequin jumpsuit barefoot period, right? That mid-'80s where he had like the spray hair and the that's the first time I saw him.
Coked out of his gourd.
I guess. I wasn't really clued into all that. I was 14, you know what I mean? And then didn't see him until Ozfest some years later. And he was good. But they kind of then, you got the sense they were kind of wheeling him out, like Hannibal Lecter, and propping him up. And,
yeah.
Sharon had a cattle prod in his back, and then all the lyrics were on teleprompter. But I don't care.
When you got the Ozzy standing in place doing the high clap, that was the last 20 years of Ozzy.
But that's why I expected him to be doddering around when he did the MMS 50th at Blossom. That's what I expected. And he was running around. I go, this guy's twisting my brain into a pretzel. What's happening here?
Stunt double.
So maybe they shot him up with something. I don't know. Between the teleprompter and the buckets of water and, But there's also a lot of things, you got Zakk Wylde and whoever's playing the drums, Mike Borden or whoever goes out with them. But there were a lot of other things to look at. Zakk Wylde really draws the eye. So it's not like Ozzy has to do that much. And when Ozzy goes, that's like a sea change in rock history. You talk about a handful of people who, even if their creative absence isn't really felt, they're like, they're on a Mount Rushmore. Ozzy, Willie Nelson. When these people go, it's a big, big deal.
And the crappy part is they're all so old, right? It's just going to be one after the next after the next. That's what's going to suck when we get into that window.
Yeah. Alan, a young lady walked into work and her boss tells her, hey, here's some extremely sexually graphic prison mail I've got for you. Sound familiar? Call the law offices of Lindy Korn.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
He was called a fruitcake, and he's not even gay. Can you sue if you're called a fruitcake but you're not gay? Obviously, it's a slur if you are gay, but it's also not nice if you're not, like to call anybody any name. And if she's taking cases from people who have a bone to pick, obviously there's going to be a difference in impact there. If you're a gay man and your boss calls you a fruitcake, you got a case. Some people, though, are just generally litigious. And if you go, hey, the boss called me a fruitcake, are you gay? No, but he shouldn't be calling me anything. As long as he doesn't call me late for dinner, he shouldn't be calling you anything. What am I, working for the jerky boys out here? You know, if I went out in the suite and Keith Hotchkiss goes, hey, fruitcake, I wouldn't think anything of it other than, that's weird. Usually I'm called AC around here. I've never been called fruitcake. If I was, you know.
What's up there, FC?
Right. That would be weird. Even when Pound Cake was here, a gay man. Nobody called him anything like that. We called him Pound Cake or Cody. Call him by his Christian. You know? Be like if we saw Kat out in the hallway and I go, hey, what's up, sugar tits? I can't do that, nor would I do that. That's gross. I would never do that. But there are people who do that kind of stuff. It's gross.
ST, what's up?
ST! No, it's nasty. You just call people or what they want to be called. You know, we're in this time now in our culture where some people, it just drives them crazy to have to call other people by what they want to be called. I don't know why they care. Some people need something. That's how good life is for most people, that they're desperate for something to be upset about. And so other people's lives and how they live them take center stage. Does nothing to their life, but they just go bananas at other people asking to be called something else. I think people should be called what they want to be called. And I don't care what that is. You know? And I don't just mean the transgender thing. You know, if I came to work one day, I said, from now on, I'd like you guys to call me Allison. Are you transitioning? Nope. But I'd like you to call me that. Sure be weird, but I'd call people what they want to be called. I feel stupid calling people around here by their radio air names.
Mm-hmm.
There's no red light over your head when I'm talking to you out there, but it's what people want to be called. I've never had, you know, I've always been Alan Cox. If people had to call me, you know, I don't know, Shark Tank or something. Hey, what's up, Shark Tank? Okay. I'd feel stupid, but that's my problem, not your problem.
And it's funny you mentioned this. As the dumbest guy on this show, I decided I think I want to start going by R. Edward Anthony.
Then that's what I'll call you.
Adds a little something to R. Edward Anthony. Sounds
okay.
I sound smarter just by the name.
R. Edward Anthony.
See?
Sounds
See how
like
good that sounds?
It sounds like you should be signing off with good night and good luck.
Right.
Right.
I think I'm going to go with that. It's going to be my name now.
Okay.
Everybody can call me that.
R. Edward Anthony.
And if you don't like it, tough.
I don't call the law offices of Lindy Korn if you don't like it.
That's right.
I don't mind it. Somebody suggested, it was earlier in the show, somebody said, we gotta, after the Cher conversation, how Cher made it move when you watch the SNL thing, they said, we gotta pivot from Clit Rattler, which was, to Gilf Hunter. Now.
You know, you say one thing one time.
Shades of difference. I don't know.
It was a shot in particular that I was like, whoa.
I understand.
She can't be 78. That's not the
it.
tale of a 78-year-old.
Note to self, don't let Rob see any pictures of Alan's mom in her high school sweater at her reunion. Well, that's a little...
You son of a...
It's a little out there. Yeah. Let's just take it easy. My mom's a grown-ass woman. She still goes to her high school reunions, boy. My mom, I go, Mom, there's like 4 people left at these things. I know, we lose them, but I still love to see my friends. I go, yeah, it's great for you because you were popular in high school. No wonder it's fun. That's probably Kat, too.
Is there a contest, like who lives the longest? Like last one standing?
I know. That's why I go, it's going to be you.
That's why she wants to go. There's a huge door prize if you're the last one.
Yeah, that's going to be you.
Do you go?
Me?
Yeah. Have you ever been?
For whatever reason, we had a 5 where there were people that were like still in college then. I think people just wanted to like see people again. I don't know what. I went to my 10 because I was starting to like make some moves in the biz. So I go, okay, because I wasn't a standout in high school. Like nobody was, So I was like, okay, I'm starting to make some noise. At least I can walk in with a cool story to tell if anybody gives a fat frog's ass. And I never went to another one again.
Same. I went to 10 and that was it. I'm like, I didn't like these people 10 years ago. I like them less now. And I have no interest in where they are. I mean, what is it? They're almost 30 years. I'm out now.
Well, because everybody still clicks off into the people that they knew then. But I'm like, but it's not like you guys have. I always thought Facebook kind of rendered these reunions obsolete. I understand wanting together in real life, but these are people. I'm like, I would hit up people that I wanted to see, and I would ask them if they were going. So I'd find them on Facebook. Hey, you going to this? Nope. To a person, because like they're all over the country and the world. One of them was living in Dublin. I go, you coming in for this? They're like, nope. I'm like, okay, well then I literally have no reason to go, because the only people I would want to talk to and see aren't going. And so I didn't know. So we have one every 10 years, and I've never gone.
Yeah, I'll never go again. That was it. Kat, have you gone to yours?
I missed my 10th year reunion.
You missed it?
Yeah, I graduated 2012, so it was in 2022. I was traveling.
Where were you?
She was in medical school in Antigua, Rob.
Actually, I think it was after that, but I was just traveling a lot. I don't even remember where I was.
I'll take things I can't say for $500, Alex. I can tell you exactly where I was in 2022.
Yeah.
Right here. At work. In this goddamn building.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe the next one.
You would go?
Maybe. Why not? I don't care either way. I think it would be nice maybe to see some people.
Do you see them online? Like, are you friends with them on Facebook?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely didn't peak then, so it doesn't really faze me either way.
Gotcha. AC?
But not even the peaking. It's just like it's like when I moved back home, when I got a job at home, I moved back in 2006 to do mornings at a radio station in Chicago. And I was getting hit up on Facebook by all these people who wouldn't have pissed on me if I was on fire in school. Hey, bro, I heard your show. Awesome. I'm like, cool, thank you so much. Like, we should get a drink. No, we shouldn't. Thank you, though.
Well, 'cause you know what's coming next. Hey, you got tickets to that show?
Even if it's not that. Like, I understand. They could have asked me that on Facebook. But it was like, bro, I haven't talked to you.
Yeah, it's just fake.
What are you talking about?
But if they reconnect, then they can ask in person.
But
that's the trick.
Like one guy, legit was one of the dudes that used to beat me up like he had an alarm set for it. And I'm like, what is happening right now? And then when I rebuffed him, he just took to Facebook and would flame me to anyone who would listen in all caps about how I was a jag-off and I thought I was too big for my boots and all this stuff. I'm like, bro, it's not my fault you're selling for the yellow pages, all right? Like, you live your life. I'll do my thing. I didn't just, fall off a truck and happen into this, right? Like, I haven't talked to you. Why would I talk to you? So, the reunion thing, and again, people who go, because I'll see, recaps and things they have a great time. But it's all the same people hanging out that were hanging out with each other in high school.
True.
And I'm like, it's great for them. I'm so happy for them. I have no interest in that.
The clicks are the exact same. That's the craziest part. You would think all of these years removed, they'd be like, oh, hey, there's so-and-so I haven't seen in 30 years. Instead, it's the same 5 jerks that were together 30 years before.
Or girls, too. It's not even a guy thing. But also, I always felt bad for the spouses. Like, if I was going to be a spouse and you're going to sit around all night talking about, like, remember that game? Or, ugh. What? No. So, listen, there's a case to be made for both. There's nothing wrong with it. But, I mean, oh, God. Let me do the math on this. I'm class of 89. What does that work out to? I mean, we had our 30.
We have math person.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Did you say meth person or math person?
Math.
Oh, okay, good.
89,
hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Oh.
99, 09, 19.
Like the 40th something, right?
30,
I mean, 30th,
yeah,
35th.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. To quote Dave Gahan. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe I will go to mine now when 30 comes up. Just walk in there and be like, hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
What up?
You want an Alan Cox Show sticker?
Yeah.
Brought some with me. In fact, I just stuck one in the men's room.
I got a lot of Cox.
Hey,
Stickers.
Yeah! Oh, my God, Rob's here. And he's got stickers. Hey, everybody, it's Rob. It's R. Edward Anthony. Is that what it is?
Yep.
R. Edward Anthony is back in the house, everybody.
Madam, how are you?
And then you just drop your sunglasses to the bridge of your nose, or you drop them below, and you go, I'm R. Edward Anthony.
And I'm here for your bitches.
Mind if we dance with your dates? All right. I've got to take a break. Send me a text, 35192-530. Give me the next chance to grab $1,000. Last one today, and then we'll start it over again tomorrow morning. And you want to go see Aziz Ansari. He's on the Hypothetical Tour, brings him to Cleveland. He's going to do Playhouse Square in March. So I'll have tickets for you for that coming back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 5 with a wind chill below 0. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, high of 17. And tomorrow, the wind chill will still be below 0. Thursday, some snow flurries, a high of 20.
This report is sponsored by Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. DeaconsChrysler.com.
It's Truck Month at Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. So save with incredible incentives now on all new 2025 Ram trucks at Deacons. Top rated Carfax dealer 5 years in a row. You've got to make
backing up all the way onto Opportunity Corridor and 77 North. Cutting through the metro parks, Euclid Creek Parkway is temporarily closed between Green Road and Highland Road. Elsewhere, Lakeshore Boulevard at East 228th Street, Route 44 at Punderson Road, Route 82 near Brecksville Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic hard rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, comedian Aziz Ansari has emerged, and he's going out on the Hypothetical tour, brings him to Cleveland on Friday, March the 21st. A little over a month away, he's going to do the KeyBank State Theater down the road here at Playhouse Square. You can go to playhousesquare.org. Get the details on all of the shows coming through. But I will have these tickets for you the remainder of the week, right around this time. Aziz is a funny dude. He's had his ups and downs over the past few years. But if you want to go see him, be caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is probably why I ended up being so into Steely Dan. It's because my drum teacher made me listen to Steve Gadd over and over and over again. The last 60 seconds of the song Asia is Steve Gadd playing the drums. He is easily one of the most renowned session guys of all time. I had to read Steve Gadd charts. My drum teacher, the late, great Jack Brand, wanted all of his students to at least try to eventually get to the point where you were learning the rudiments that would get you to like a Steve Gadd level. And Steve Gadd was the guy that was always loomed very, very large. He was on hundreds of recordings. He was this guy on the Paul Simon song, 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. And he would record for Eric Clapton, and he did stuff, James Taylor. He was just one of these guys that was always in demand. And his son was a drummer too, and his son died. His son was Duke Gadd, and he had a fentanyl overdose in Vegas. And Duke Gadd, okay, maybe not as renowned as his dad, but a gig is a gig. And he was Corey Feldman's drummer. Now, I can't imagine that Corey Feldman's songs require that much of a drummer, other than just to keep the time, which is obviously first and foremost your only job as a drummer.
Even that didn't matter with Corey Feldman. You've seen those shows, right?
We've played Corey Feldman clips over the years, and I didn't even realize there was anybody playing the drums because
it's just it's all over the place.
Yeah, you're hard pressed to find any kind of whatever. But I think it's Steve Gadd's only son. He has a daughter, Megan Gadd. I think she's an actress. She is married to the actor Nat Faxon, if you know who he is. But Duke Gadd was not a young man. He was 53, he's my age. And I guess he had been... No, I'm sorry. I read this completely wrong. They're talking about Corey Feldman. Duke Gadd was younger than that. Died of a fentanyl overdose. And now Steve Gadd and his family are really pissed off at Corey Feldman because they're saying, hey, we don't know what he died from because there's been no toxicology report coming back. So Corey Feldman was the one who was telling TMZ and everybody else that Duke Gadd died from a fentanyl overdose. You know, you're sharing somebody else's business that you don't necessarily know what's going on. And so since the coroner hasn't ruled on his death yet, the family's upset. Now, if it comes back that he probably did, I would imagine if he's the drummer in your band, you might have a line on what's going on with him. But Duke Gadd was, he was a accomplished drummer, and behind the drums there for Corey Feldman. But you take a gig. But Steve Gadd, boy, this guy loomed. I used to hate. There was a period in my life where I was taking, because I played the drums on my own for maybe a year and a half before I started taking formal lessons. And that became an exercise in me forgetting the bad habits I had developed myself. And so my drum teacher at the time was a Steve Gadd acolyte. The guy could do no wrong. And so he wanted everybody to understand those fundamentals. So if Steve Gadd was your dad, I wonder if he called him Steve Dad at home. But I watched so many Steve Gadd VHS tapes, and I would watch, like, I'd be, reading his books and his charts, and oh, God. But he was one of the best, among the best. And that drum solo at the end of, not really solo, but I mean that last 60 Seconds of Asia it's a legendary, legendary track. That's what I always think of. So, they'll have to figure out what has happened with Duke Gadd.
Yeah, to your point, I think if he's your drummer, you know what he's doing on the road, right?
That's what I think.
Now, again, not necessarily his place to go out and run his mouth. I can see why they're pissed, but, I mean, you know what your guy's doing.
Brian, what are your thoughts?
It's the season of love. Thanks for the gonorrhea.
All right. Always happy to hear him checking in randomly.
Oh.
Or Edward Anthony sounds like an investment group that's actually discovered to be a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
And your point is?
Fair.
Alan, you're talking about class reunions. Half my class died of opioid overdoses. Yeah, see, that's a thing too, boy. Northeast Ohio. Well, let's pan out all of Ohio. That's got to be tough. Go back to your class reunion. Hey, where's Jenny? Oh, she passed away. Alan, how do you feel about the band XTC? Well, let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons why I don't really pay attention to them. No, I like them. If Andy Pigeon, right? Partridge, what's his name? Some bird. It's fine. The Cavaliers' All-Star break is, they return to regular season play tomorrow night. Not the Cavs, but the NBA. It's Lakers and somebody else tomorrow night. Everybody else starts back up on Thursday night. Cavs will be in Brooklyn to play the Nets Thursday night. You'll hear it here on MMS, of course. 7:30 is your tip-off. 7 o'clock is the pregame coverage. They come back home to host the Knicks on Friday night. Go to Cavs.com for the details on all that. Alan was listening to these dopes on the sports stations, and they were talking about how they hated Romo Fijo, but they had to grudgingly admit that a lot of people liked it. I just thought you might get a chuckle. Listen, it doesn't mean anything anymore, right? I came up with Romo Fijo years ago as a goof when they changed the name of the Quicken Loans Arena to the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I said, that's ridiculous. We're going to call it the Romo Fijo. But they've changed the name again to the Rocket Arena, and there's simply nothing you can do with that. Again, a lot of people are sending me ROAR, R-O-A-R. That only works in print. It doesn't work as a spoken thing. I don't know what they'll call it. I think the people over there have been itching to call that place the Rock, right? They've tried to get that off the ground, and it's just...
The Rocket is
whatever,
probably going to be
the Rocket's
it, right?
Fine. Yeah. Or It's 6 syllables, 5 syllables, however many. Tonight at the Rocket Arena. It takes you no time to say. Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse took longer to say. But Rocket Arena, big deal. We'll call it that. Sure. We will call it the Nomo Romo Fijo for the, next week to 10 days because people grieve in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we plan to do it. We got money for you. It's the last chance today. Last week, by the way, Friday at 5:30 will be the last one for this go-round of the Buzzard Bookie. But plenty of chances to grab some cash between now and then. Your last keyword of today is right here. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Remember the Ripper from Judas Priest? Mid-70s. This is kind of when they started to nail down what they wanted to sound like. Oh. I just clenched up. Off of Sad Wings of Destiny, a story that I saw while we were gone that I was surprised I didn't see anybody talking about is that they have supposedly determined the identity of Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper has been this pop culture phenomenon because, evaded identification and capture and the whole thing. One of the most famous serial killers of all time becomes synonymous with serial killing. Jack the Ripper, the guy who terrorized and mutilated women in London in the mid-19th century. And, or is it the 17th century? No, 19th century. And they've been trying to, I don't understand what took so long. We've had DNA for a while, and it's kind of a letdown. Because what did they always say? What were kind of the bullet points of what we had always learned about Jack the Ripper? That it was not slapdash. They assumed that he was some kind of surgeon or had medical training because it was so specific. That these murders were done with surgical precision. They were able to extract DNA from some piece of clothing that someone had to 100% confirm the identity of Jack the Ripper. And it's a name that doesn't sound like it belongs in that time period. They determined that Jack the Ripper was a man named Aaron Kosminski. I didn't realize there were any Aarons back then. Aaron Kosminski. Doesn't that feel anticlimactic? I don't know why. He was a Polish immigrant who worked as a barber. He was 23, living in London. And they said he was actually a suspect at one point during the investigation, but they, for whatever reason, didn't follow up. And he died in a mental institute in 1919. And so someone from his lineage, centuries later, had some piece of clothing that was able to extract some DNA. Aaron Kosminski. Maybe this isn't why people are talking about it. Maybe they're like, what?
He wanted some cool name.
Well, and at this point, like, who cares, really? It's just one of those things where it's, if something that has gone that long unanswered, it's still interesting to people. Even though there are no modern connections to Jack the Ripper.
And who's to say that necessarily means anything because his DNA was on it? That doesn't, right?
Well, yeah, but
From that far removed.
Yeah. Aaron Kosminski. Maybe it was just because they at one point had him as a suspect that they went back and were like, oh, this is what they... But again, we've talked about this before, and I don't want to belabor it, but I just don't know how anybody got caught back in the day. Before DNA, before,
Smoking gun, right? The expression. You had to, literally be caught doing something.
Yes. Yeah.
Or admit it.
Blood
say
on your
it.
hands, right?
Yep.
You literally had to be standing there. Yeah, blood spatter. Yeah, blood spatter experts back then. Even DNA evidence isn't unequivocal, you know? I mean, even to this day. It's gotten a hell of a lot better, obviously, but they'll still have, these shows where they're like, the DNA evidence was inconclusive. You go, well, what the hell does that mean? Inconclusive? Your DNA was either on it or it wasn't. Or maybe there's too many samples. I don't know. Now, I've long said that if you want information on Jack the Ripper, you didn't have to wait 130 years to get the DNA information. I could have just availed myself of Brother ADX and his expansive knowledge on the subject, Rob.
Yeah, they at the 36 Craven Street in London, which was Benjamin Franklin's home, they found over 17 bodies of teenagers in his basement. You can actually Google that, and he's very, very, known for doing crazy stuff back then, other than discovering electricity. So this guy, Benjamin Franklin, should be on the files as a killer, not Jack the Ripper, of course, but maybe a killer. I think we talked about this before, didn't we, Alan?
We did, and it's just as debunked now as it was then. The Ben Franklin thing that was all there before he moved into this house.
Okay,
Hello?
So yeah, but that doesn't discount the bodies that were found in his basement. You don't have any bodies in your basement, do you?
Well, I don't know, because I didn't dig the floor up. I mean, the place Ben Franklin lived was an anatomy school before he lived there. So this whole Ben Franklin had bodies buried. No, back then they were just covering people up. They're like, oh, here's some experiments we ran, put them underground, So, yeah, the mid-'90s, they discovered all those bones. I don't think anybody was like, oh, my God, Ben Franklin is a serial killer. He's got a whole chain of dime stores named after him. How could this be? Although I do like a band named Craven Street Bones. That's pretty good. I like that.
Well, you're in for a surprise. You're in for a shock. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you. What is he doing? Was he trying to do David Lee Roth again?
I don't know.
Brother ADX, he's always,
The silence after you debunked that was so great.
I'd like him to focus. When he calls, I know he's full of too much information. There you go.
I loved the pause. You were like, it's been debunked. It was this.
Yeah, but he knows this.
It's like 30 seconds.
It was debunked like 30 years ago. So I don't know why people still hang on to these things. It's fun. I guess it's fun.
No one wants the truth to get in the way of a good story,
But
Alan.
there are so many current fake stories, right? So many things you can currently debunk. Elon Musk is a genius. All these things that are made up that are so easily debunked. The only guy in history to bankrupt casinos is not going to be good at running the country. These are things that are easily debunked. So, I don't know. But his brain is always working. I'll give him credit. Brother ADX's brain is always working. He's always thinking about something.
I just hope he writes a song about it.
Me too. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can email me if you want, alancoxshow.com. If you want to watch the show, do that on our YouTube channel.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, fellas.
So let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere. And head to the salon when you're up next, because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Always the best deals, always the best value.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's truck month.
That's right, Jeff. Check out our huge selection of new Ford F-150 trucks and save.
You got a great example, don't you?
Through March 31st, 2024 F-150 Super Crew 4x4, America's best-selling truck, leased for only $498 a month, 36 months, no security deposit, only $498 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 31.5.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne.
For live radio to have lyrics, that's amazing.
You guys outdid yourselves.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Can I give it 6 stars?
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Kia of Streetsboro is bringing you those sweet auto show savings now. Because it's an auto show every day inside our showroom. Get the hottest deals on the new 2025 Kia Telluride, Kia Sportage, and K4. Don't forget about the Kia Seltos, Sorrento, and K5. Take advantage of our low down payments and monthly payments with rates as low as 0%. The auto show savings are only here for a limited time, and so are the ridiculously low lease deals on all models. You've got to get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details.
A lot less. My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
It's Auto Show time at Valley Motor City. Drive away in a new 2024 Hornet RT all-wheel drive. Lease for only $199 a month for 24 months. No money down. New 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4. Complete with an 8.4 touchscreen. Lease now for just $399 for 39 months. No money down. We also offer mobile service to your home or business. Get these deals and more during Ram Truck Month at Valley and Cuyahoga Falls. Keep on driving at Valley Motor City.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know what? I was on one of those websites that kind of gathers homeowner data. It's called Home Gnome, and they looked at the 500 biggest U.S. cities. And you know the most expensive city in the entire country to heat in the wintertime? Cleveland, Ohio. It's a dubious honor to be sure, but if you have Window Nation windows in your home, not only are you worried about heating your home in the wintertime, you're not worried about your energy bills going through the roof with the AC in the summertime either, because these are expertly installed high-end windows. I've got them in a Casa Cox. They look awesome, and you stay comfy year-round. Right now, half off every window style they sell at Window Nation, and you pay nothing at all in interest for 2 years. Window Nation, of course, proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. So if you decide you want to redo your whole home with brand new Window Nation windows, they'll throw Cavs tickets in as well. So call them for a consultation, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. There's a get a quote button there. It ends the end of this month, the 28th. You don't have much more time left. But these are made here in Northeast Ohio. They look awesome. Like I said, expertly installed. 50% off every window style they sell. No interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION a call. So Alan Cox told me all about it. Or go to windownation.com.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black.
Six 578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Let's dance.
I don't want to pull the curtain back too far, but it's my understanding. This is what's playing over the monitors before Disturbed takes the stage on their 25th anniversary tour for the Sickness. David Draymond will be on the show on Friday, as a matter of fact.
It's on a loop.
Yeah. Why can't you have a fun time before you get down with a variety of sicknesses? Comedian Kevin Bozeman, always fun to talk to him. He is doing the Weekend at Hilarities. So he'll be in here on Thursday. We haven't caught up with him in a minute. David Draymond on the show Friday. Disturbed dropping a brand new song on Friday. And I'll chop it up with him. Actor-comedian Jeremy Piven is going to be on the show next week. I've got tickets all this week for you to see him at the Agora. Around 3:20 all this week. Jeremy Piven is doing a theater tour, stand-up. And he's doing March 20th at the Agora. So more of those tickets tomorrow. The Cavaliers are off tonight. They will return after the All-Star break tomorrow night. They'll be in Brooklyn. Play the Nets, 7:30 is your tip-off, 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage begins on top of the Yolo Bus on the iHeartRadio app. And then the New York Knickerbockers are in town on Friday night for a 7 o'clock start. You know what that means? Oh, it's going to be a hot time downtown Cleveland on Friday night. Cavs haven't been at home since the 10th. And so it's going to be, who knows? Is it too far away to be thinking about this next weekend?
No.
I know Kat's very, very busy, Kat, but you had to have been doing amazing things over this past weekend. We were gone for a few days.
I had a fun Galentine's party. That was my highlight. Other than that,
I got to tell you, I've been around a long time, and is Galentine's Day a recent
that's what
development?
I'm wondering. When was the first time you guys heard of it?
A couple of years ago, maybe. It seemed like something that a card company came up with to start selling more crap. But I don't know. It's for single girls, right?
No, it's just
for
showing
the
love
girls
for,
to get together.
Friends, yeah.
All right. Because your boyfriend's in Idaho, right?
I actually have the answer. Apparently, Galentine's Day was first introduced to mainstream culture in 2010 from Parks and Recreation, that show.
Really?
Yep.
Was it Little Sebastian and Galentine's Day? All right. Well, I like Parks and Rec, but I don't remember from that. Galentine's Day, okay. So an Amy Poehler joint, as it were.
Probably the same time they came out with She Sheds.
Yeah.
Or a Shiwi.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Guys,
What's hot snakes?
it's when the diarrhea comes out like a hot snake.
Andy!
I get hot snakes and bubble gut.
Andy, stop talking about hot snakes.
That dude losing it in the background. What's his name?
Nick Offerman.
Oh, it's so
Ron
great.
Swanson, yeah.
Seeing him break, it just makes me laugh.
Aubrey Plaza. All right, Galentine's Day. All right. Now, do you FaceTime your boyfriend in Idaho and do things to yourself for Valentine's Day? What?
What are you asking?
You know what I'm asking. Your boyfriend is in Idaho.
They're going to be so upset.
But you're a grown woman. What?
I know, right?
You wouldn't be here if your parents weren't doing things to each other. They understand this, right? What is FaceTime?
Maybe they should call in on the show.
Yes, I will ask one of your parents directly, is your daughter doing things to herself for her boyfriend's benefit and vice versa for Valentine's Day? This is what a modern relationship is, right?
I guess so for some people.
Our friend Mary Santora, she's been in a long-distance relationship with her boyfriend here, and so they were always doing things to each other digitally on FaceTime.
Digitally. It sounds so odd.
I'm curious. So, we're all trying to get to know each other, and I don't want to dig too deep because you seem reticent to kind of peel the curtain back a little bit. How did your boyfriend end up in Idaho and you are here? You were in the Pacific Northwest and he was there and you came back? Am I on the right track?
I'm finishing school, so I needed to come home to Cleveland just to finish all my obligations.
And when are those done?
I'm going to be graduating with both master's degrees at the end of this year.
At the end of this year?
Yeah.
And then what happens?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. You go to Idaho then. I mean, what's the end game? What? Surely the two of you have talked about it. You go, okay, you'll finish school, and then you'll come join me in Coeur d'Alene.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've already been out there. It kind of just depends on opportunities. So even for my individual career, I don't know where things will end up in a year from now, but hoping for the best.
But your career is more important than he is.
Well, I got to make sure I'm on my own 2 feet.
No, I understand. These are questions I'm asking. But he is from out there?
Yeah, he's from Salt Lake originally. But...
Oh, okay. Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. If you ever lie on the Great Salt Lake, it's amazing. It's like being in one of them sensory deprivation tanks. You lie right on top of it, Rob.
I would love to go to the Dead Sea and do that.
You lie right there on top of it. Now, do you have to, is that a situation, is that a bring your own scrolls situation?
Bring your own scrolls?
The Dead Sea?
Oh, I guess so.
Oh,
but you know what I've heard that when people get their hair wet, like apparently you shouldn't get your hair wet when you're in the Dead Sea because it's so salty that your hair will start to break off.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. I bring my own Jewish manuscripts. And I never
For protection?
I never put my hair in the Dead Sea. Even when I do time in sensory deprivation tanks. I drink a lot of water because you get dehydrated. And you got to be careful. Okay, so your boyfriend's out there. You're here. So for Valentine's Day, you guys are not FaceTiming on the iPad doing things to yourselves for the benefit of the other one?
What did you do for Valentine's Day?
That's not what I'm talking about. Don't change the subject. This ain't about me. Everybody knows my stories. It's about you. She's so... I was going to say forthcoming, Rob, but it doesn't sound like she was.
Silence.
Yeah.
The silence.
You hear the pin drop in there. All right. But I have to think he wanted you to. But you probably did. You just don't want to discuss it. Is that what it is? You don't want your parents to know? Is that what you're telling me? You don't want your parents to know?
I know it sounds crazy, but when you got immigrant parents, you got to be careful.
I mean, this whole immigrant parent thing is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I know a lot of people with immigrant parents that would have no compunction whatsoever in explaining to them, hey, I got a boyfriend halfway across the country, and every so often, I got to do some stuff, right? This is what a long-distance relationship is.
Have you ever been in one?
Sometimes I got to rock the sugared almond right there on the iPad, Rob. Right?
She asked if you'd ever been in one.
She's changing the subject again. like a manatee in yoga pants. I don't even know what that means. But I mean, you don't show them the old Velcro triangle.
I've never heard of that one. That's
you
a good
don't
one.
whip out the old oyster ditch, cat. You don't show them the
clam
Wonder Down
shell.
Under. All right. Have I ever been in a long distance relationship? No. Nope. I can barely handle short distance relationships. So no, long
like 40 minutes from home. I'm like, well, that's pretty far.
Distance, nope. No, haven't done that. And so, frankly, I give it up to people who do that. A lot of people think it's silly. But listen, if you've got that kind of thing going on and you're like, I want to see, it's just between those two people. Nobody else should be making those kind of decisions. Not your immigrant parents. Not anybody else. You should be making those kinds of decisions.
Yep.
And if you go, Mom, Dad, there's something I need to tell you. Me and Mario, I don't remember his name is, we are going, what's his name? Dimitri.
Yeah.
Me and Dimitri are going to need about a half an hour tonight. I mean, your parents aren't lurking over your shoulder. You say, we are going to need about a half an hour tonight. You live at home?
Yeah.
But you have a door on your room. And you can be quiet.
Maybe.
I have to, did they take the door off your room?
You guys have no clue.
But I do. This is what I'm saying. You're not the first child of immigrants I've known or even dated.
Well, everybody's different, but they can definitely be stricter. I'll say that.
You're saying your folks are more strict?
I would say.
This is why she's so driven. She's like, I got to get the hell out of here. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for everything you've done for me. I've got to get the hell out of here. And it's only a matter of time, by the way. Not everybody's the same, but I've seen it happen. We've all seen it happen a lot. It's only a matter of time before you pull the pin on that grenade and you, as a woman in full bloom, explode in 1,000 different directions. Everyone, family, friends, everyone hit by shrapnel. Everyone hit by gooey shrapnel. The boyfriend. Now listen, God bless you. You guys are trying to do something that, right? I mean, he's out there. What does he do for a living?
He's a music producer and audio engineer.
A music producer.
And an artist.
Okay, so he's conceivably working with young, nubile artists all the time, right?
Yeah, he's an artist himself as an individual and in a group. So he's actually going on tour next year.
Oh, he is?
This year and next year.
Have we heard of his outfit?
I don't think so.
Are you secretly dating Bruno Mars?
No.
All right. You're not dating. No, he's engaged. Boy, that Benny Blanco and Selena Gomez, those two, she must be, these pop stars are like crazy insecure, like Demi Lovato. I think Demi Lovato, super talented, super hot, but her self-esteem, man, must be like for nothing. I know she's got trauma and things like that because she, really kind of changes her mind a lot. But Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco, God love them. But nobody's looking at that and going, I can see that. I get it. Man. And again, talented people all. But that's what I picture. I picture Kat in a Selena Gomez, Benny Blanco type situation. Does he look like Benny Blanco?
No. Did you see how Benny gave her like a tub full of nacho cheese?
No. But I mean, it's
like the craziest. It was the weirdest.
But what is that? Yeah, everybody's got their own love language.
Instead
Maybe
of
hers
rose
is
petals,
queso, but
there was tortilla chips on the floor. Benny did that for Selena.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know that's
why
a good
he
thing.
chose that in the bathroom. I don't know who's gonna clean up that bath. It's gonna get all clogged.
And who's going to eat the nacho cheese or the chips
bath.
from the floor?
I know. It seems like so wasteful.
Right, but I mean,
you getting in that nacho cheese tub?
No.
Just because she's Mexican, he put a tub of nacho cheese and was like, here you go, honey. And she's like, great, cool.
I think he said she's not a flowers type of girl.
I want queso up there is what I want. Yeah. A lot of girls aren't flowers types of girls, but you don't give them a tub full of queso.
Yeah.
She's a billionaire now. This is what I'm talking about.
I wonder whose cheese it was.
They do really that
nacho cheese.
Benny, yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, listen, she's very talented. I remember her from Wizards of Waverly Place when my older kids were little. They loved Wizards of Waverly Place. And then she got older and she was, these pop stars or these child actresses, they really kind of, they find their voice and they find the personality they want to be. And she's very accomplished. It's great. And good for her. Listen, whatever.
Well, she has like lupus or something, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got something like that. She's got kidney issues or something
Maybe
like that.
Maybe the nacho cheese helps with that.
Oh, you think so?
I don't know. I mean, who are we to judge? Maybe it's good to get that cheese into the joints.
She's like, you know what? Don't underestimate the healing properties of melted queso on my aching joints. Well, clearly he takes good care of her because...
How expensive that must have been.
The tub full of... Yeah, but they're all both crazy rich. I mean,
I know.
He's not rich like her, but he's
And then how do you get that
fine.
much in there?
Well, you have
That's
people...
a lot.
You have people that do it.
It was so much cheese.
The wild thing to me is like Benny Blanco is only literally a couple of years older than her. He looks 15 years older than her. This guy needs a nap.
And a haircut.
No, that's not. No. I'm never going to tell anybody he needs a haircut. But he needs a nap. He was on the Lil Dicky show. He was on Dave. Anybody watch Dave?
I love that show.
Oh, it's so good. It'll probably never come back. But Benny Blanco was like a main character in that last season.
Did you watch you finished the last season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Brad Pitt and love Lil Dicky. But I think that show's probably done. With Andrew Santino and all those guys.
What was was he in that thing in the group with they did the My D song? Was he in with those dudes?
Well, that was him, I thought.
I don't think so.
It wasn't Lil Dicky?
No. Did they
You mean
produce
Benny
it?
Blanco?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
It's Mickey Avalon was the
Oh,
guy.
yeah. Yo, look like two fries. That
Yeah,
guy?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't know I thought they were all part of that produced it. I couldn't remember.
Maybe. I just like that Lil Dicky named his album Penith.
So good.
It's real Penith.
The one that was supposed to be the big, like his huge debut album. Penis.
Penith. So good.
Mike Tyson saying penis.
Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Well, listen, I will say this, Kat, as a public communicator for over 30 years, as a private individual who's seen some things, as a steward of the airwaves, I'll say this. If you ever need someone to mediate a potentially difficult conversation between you and your parents, you just let me know. And I'll swing in on a chandelier and I will sit them down and I'll say,
I honestly might need that.
Mr. and Mrs. Cat, let's have a conversation. And they won't know who I am, but that's all the better. Your daughter is on the FaceTime with her boyfriend, okay? She's got a pillow over her face trying to stay quiet because she respects you. But she's a woman, Mr. and Mrs. Cat. She's a woman with needs. And she's not going to have them met at Galentine's Day. How many people were at that, by the way?
Like 8 or 10.
8 or 10. All
It was
right.
really fun.
Yeah, all right. Well, good. Some wine and telling stories, that kind of thing. Talking some ish and crafts.
Yeah. My friend went all out. She's the best.
We got to get her out. All right. Listen, again, I don't mean to pry, but we talk about things here. And you're new to the program. This audience is desperate to get to know you. And not in the biblical sense, but, there's something, there are, I'm sure, no shortage of compelling stories from a long-distance relationship. Freudian slip.
But
How long have you been together with him?
Like 3.5 years.
Yeah, that's a long time.
But I do have plenty of other interesting things about me outside of that.
You let me decide what's interesting. I know what you think is interesting. Those two axes might never cross between what I think is interesting and what you think is interesting. I'm talking about what I think is interesting. Pin drop, Rob. Or Edward Anthony over here. Okay, Anywho, let's drop that and move on. We got to go. No Cavs tonight. Is it the Corey Roddick Experience?
It sure is,
6:30?
yeah.
Oh.
He's back.
Corrence Roddick Esquire. Rob, where can people find you on the social mediums?
WMMS Rob.
All right.
That's it. There you go. You find me. I think it's...
Yeah, just Google that.
Yeah,
Something will come up.
On Instagram and any of the socials. When you said socials, I thought you just wanted the handle. My apologies.
No, that's okay.
I wasn't really
Some people
paying
have... It's okay. It's been a long day.
The Instagram.
Yeah, and Blue Sky.
Yes, that's right. I just forget about that.
Yeah, I do. So does everybody else. Okay. Kat, where can people find you?
At Kat B Creative or the Serbian Queen on Instagram or any other socials.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm Alan Cox Show on all of your most popular platforms. And that's it. We'll be back tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Comedian Kevin Bozeman will be in on Thursday. David Draymond from Disturbed on the show on Friday, talking about the new album, talking about the 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness, coming to Cleveland end of next month. We're doing a big thing with WMMS for that. Actor, comedian Jeremy Piven, he will be on the show next week. He's doing a stand-up tour, brings him to the Agora next month. I will have tickets to see him rest of the week around 3:20. And that's it. This program will be available in its entirety, theoretically, on the iHeartRadio app within the hour. If you want to watch it, you can. Find our YouTube channel. You can leave messages for us. Talkback button on the app if that's where you listen. It's on iHeart and all the other, wherever you get your podcasts, you'll hear this show. And if you want to drop voicemails, after hours line is 216-986-8903. And that's it. Thanks very much for hanging out. Do appreciate it. Corey's next. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big brother.